Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Starving children.
Starving children, yeah.
Starving children.
I mean, children need to eat too.
Well, I did my my duty this week yesterday, and I offered all of my dear coworkers some corn.
Very nice thing for you to do.
John was one of the first takers of the corn last year.
I was,
and
I enjoyed it.
Was happy to give John the corn, and I heard nothing.
No corn.
No corn.
Not a peep from John.
No,
yesterday and today.
Cornless John, that's what we call him now.
And so he has passed on the corn, which
John
I have taken personally.
I told Happer that I would like 4 corns, please. So
Got
I'm
him.
getting 4. I got
2
4
hot
corns.
corns.
Two hot corns.
I'm taking 4 corns too.
The 4 corn boys.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So what's going on with him that we have to ask
I
Nick
don't know.
something?
He
What?
said
Nick started talking. Well, you weren't in here yet, John. Nick started telling a story, and then Odson said, "Don't wait until you're on the air."
no. Nick said like, I don't think I want to tell this story.
No, I said, I don't know if we'll get to this story because a lot of things happened this weekend, but I do have a story if we would like to hear it. That's what I said.
I would love to. I mean, this is the crossover, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It is baseball related, though. That's why.
But it feels like you're setting the table for this to be something that we make fun of you for.
I don't know. You might.
Classic.
Okay.
So let's hear it.
So over the weekend in Sioux Falls, because Paige ran in a 6-hour
how'd that go?
thing. She did great.
Good.
Proud
Good
of her.
for her.
And then before we left yesterday, we wanted to do because we got an extra night at the hotel because we didn't want to leave right after that whole run thing because that was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I convinced her and her friends that came with us to go to a Sioux Falls Canaries baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
And while we were there, their version of Connor Happer is called Taco Dude. Don't know why. He's just a guy wearing a taco hat.
Taco Dude?
Taco Dude. That was his
Is
name.
that his given name?
Yes, I believe so. Taco M Dude.
Was he
That's
bald?
my government name.
I don't know because he was wearing a hat with a big taco on it.
What do he look like?
A guy, white guy.
Mike
with the
Stibbs
taco on his
says,
head?
"I'm terrified of this story."
Yeah.
Also, Mike Stibbs commented and said, "Oh, hi, Connor. Good to see you."
Hello. I love participating in group outings.
Nice.
Like
Anyway.
the crossover.
Go ahead.
All right, so we just got cheap GA bench seats for this.
Yeah.
And a few rows up from us, there are about 8 people with white button-up shirts, ties, and black slacks. They are the Mormons. There's 8 Mormons at this game behind us.
I always thought that they wore like dark navy slacks.
Whatever color they were.
Oh, okay.
He's colorblind.
Dude, I thought the Yankees wore black for years.
I did too. I have
It's a dark blue.
It's a
Yeah.
very dark blue.
I have a hard time telling them apart.
Dark blue. Have you ever been alone in a crowded room?
So
Keep going, Nick.
remember, the Mormons were a few rows behind us. Taco Dude comes up in the middle of like the 5th inning.
Yeah.
And he's like, "So I heard a rumor there was a bunch of Mormons here." And they all look at him like, "Well, follow me. I'm going to take you to these nice Diamond Club seats behind the home plate."
Oh.
And then it was a sponsored thing, we found out.
Okay.
He's like, "Oh, you got this upgrade
Seat
sponsored by
upgrade,
so-and-so, seat upgrade." But then
Is it only for Mormons?
I think it's for anybody, but I don't know why he singled out the Mormons.
Hmm.
But then after the seat upgrade, he's like, "All right, Mormons, it's time to dance." And then they were playing, and none of them knew how to dance. A bunch of them took their ties off and started doing like a terrible towel thing with their ties,
Yeah.
just awkwardly. Then a couple of them hit the gritty because he was peer pressuring these Mormons to dance.
Nice.
And a couple times he just went and talked to the Mormons. It
Yeah.
just centered the Mormons.
That feels like minor league baseball to me.
Yeah.
And,
Wild.
now, yeah, you don't have to specifically say the Mormons.
Look
all
at the
time.
Mormons,
Look at the
everybody.
That's
Mormons.
exactly what he did.
I have a feeling that this person who was the taco guy, I may have worked with him at some point.
You think you've worked with Taco Dude?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, in Lincoln.
At that
No
station?
kidding.
At the
Yes.
radio
I think
station?
the
Yes.
Canaries
He now works for that team and does, I believe, that job.
Oh,
for that
interesting.
team.
Because
Yeah.
I think the Canaries and the Salt Dogs are in the same league.
They
right?
are.
Yeah.
Yes.
The American Association.
Yes.
That's called indie ball.
Indie ball.
It is.
Too bad it's not Lanny. It's not Lanny, though.
It's not. No, it's not Lanny.
It's not Lanny.
It's not Lanny.
No.
John Gaskins.
Oh,
John-
he's the taco man?
So he
You
like
think John's a taco man?
I don't. It sounds like from the things that he was doing, he might be the taco man.
I think John
Taco
would point out
dude.
people's Mormonism.
Yeah,
I should tweet at him and say, hey, have you talked to any Mormons lately?
All right, I will.
Awesome.
Anyway, that's the story. It was just it threw me off because he's like, I heard a rumor there were some Mormons here.
Mm.
And then he upgraded them and then just spotlighted these Mormons for the rest of the game.
Wow.
Cool. Go Canaries. Did you get a shirt?
I got a hat. I'm not wearing that. I got a hat.
So you're gonna starve yourself again this week just so you can buy a
All-
hat
all
for a
the
minor
merch-
league baseball
all
team
the
you're never gonna
merch-
see again.
All the merch was half off, John. It was Fan Appreciation Day.
Some
Well-
comments coming in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otson writes, that story went about as well as I thought it would. Along those lines, a text from the 757, which is Virginia.
Yes.
Mm.
This story sucks. Shut up, Nick.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow.
It's good to know.
It's good to know.
That's a thing that happened to me this weekend, though.
That's cool. We love experiences.
Yeah.
I got shamed by a group of people this weekend.
What'd
Why?
you do?
I had to be a dad. I had to be a father. It was the first time that my kid prevented me from doing something.
Oh.
Yeah.
What were you going to do?
I was just going to go hang out with some friends.
Oh.
And then I was shamed. And I said, I have to be a dad. You know I don't have to be a perfect parent.
I have
but
to do dad
I'm
things.
going to be a dad. I'm going to take a little stress off of mom.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
not-
these
that's
group
Maybe
of
you missed
people-
out on a great time.
These group of people, they said, wow, you missed an excellent time. They made me
Perhaps
feel
they were
bad
together
about
for
it.
almost 3 hours.
Maybe I should consider my friendship with them
Oh.
overall if they're going to be that mean to me.
Ooh,
Well, that
Maybe.
is a dad move.
Wow.
it'd be very sad.
That would be sad. But
This sounds
people
like a
grow.
fun group of people.
They're usually okay when I hang out with them.
Yeah.
I wonder though, without me, what that could have been like, because
Mm.
I usually am a pretty important part of it.
Are you
Are you the leader of the group?
The
friend group?
I like to think so.
Yeah.
the leader of the friend group?
You've never heard this theory?
No, I know about the
Okay.
leader. I'm just wondering. I'm curious as to why Happer thinks he is the leader of the friend group.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. In
Oh,
my
interesting.
mind, I am.
Stib says maybe these people just miss you a lot.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe they don't know how to express their emotions correctly.
perhaps.
I'm with Happer on this. If they're going to be like that about him doing his fatherly duties, maybe they weren't really friends at all.
Wow.
I'm a dad.
You are a dad.
I forget
Are
that
any of
sometimes.
these people dads or moms?
No, they are not, John. An interesting point by you.
Ah, then that does explain something.
What does it explain, Mr. Dad Man?
I mean, it's pretty common sense, isn't it?
I don't know. What are you trying to say? I
They have a
Connor,
lack
I'm
of
not-
perspective.
They
I'm not
have-
picking
the-
up what you're dropping.
It's the lack of perspective.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Interesting.
How many friendships did you carry through your dadhood, John?
He is the one guy he goes to Iowa with,
That's true.
I don't have friends,
and Kugler.
Oh, you have friends.
but I didn't go to that.
DM's Kugler still.
I didn't go around. I mean, I don't know. I didn't.
Gallivant.
I think part of it was this type of job didn't allow me to do a whole lot of regular friend things because I had a very busy job when I was of the age before I was a father. So I was,
when you
I
were a
was like,
millennial.
Easy.
when I was doing a lot of, just doing a lot of different stuff.
A lot of
And
work.
So,
People do a lot of stuff.
yeah.
People do
So
stuff.
I didn't hang out with friends as much as you guys do.
Yeah. And I only have really one group of friends that every once in a while decides that they are friends and they'd like to go to eat with each other. That's only with
Yeah.
usually.
Yeah. We never, I mean,
we just text.
never really did stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I can't relate.
I don't hang out with very many people at all.
Yeah.
Even before child, even pre-child.
Yeah.
Just
I have
there's no
friends.
time for just hanging.
I also
like-
have friends.
I like my friends.
I like my friends a lot
Yeah.
too.
It sounds like a bummer, Happer. It seems like you might have missed some really good times.
If you like your friends so much,
Why don't you
Why don't
marry
y'all marry?
them?
'Cause I'm already married.
no.
You can go to
Or
Utah.
take them into your home and treat them as your children.
I mean, they're my age, though, John. I'm not
There's
going to
also
wipe
that.
their bottoms.
Or why don't you do Big Red Overreaction with them?
Oh,
Wow. Wow.
What happened?
Well,
You were on the marquee.
I was.
And now you're not.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, I do seem to think that there was one person in this room that had the idea of doing this in the first place.
it was my idea.
and now you're ditching us.
There was
I
also
am.
a
You're
person
running away.
To be fair, I did ask if it was allowed, if it was okay if I said goodbye.
That just
If I went
because
to
we gave you, just
Minneapolis.
because we said we're fine with it doesn't mean we weren't going to give you a hard time about it.
The creator of
Given
the
it
martyr.
was your idea.
Who's holding the martyr baton now? You guys?
You were the
Yes.
creator of the martyr baton. and
John
now-
created the martyr
No,
baton.
John said he would. You're the one who gave it a name. You named
Did
the
I? I
martyr
thought
baton.
John called it
I was
that.
Martyr John. Martyr John was. I think John was the first person who said martyr baton.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah.
I was.
Guys, I'm not happy about it. I mean, my bank account is, but I'm not. I'm sad. I was excited to drive with Happer on Saturday and not watch a football game.
Well,
I
think
know.
about this, Happer. Now you don't have to worry about entertaining Josh.
Maybe
for
I'll
60
listen to
minutes.
Bill Simmons on the way there,
Oh man, that
and then
sounds
I'll
like
send a video to you.
Why would you torture yourself?
sounds like a great
now
time.
you don't have to do this.
Yeah.
We were gonna get such great video content.
I know. I was excited. I'm bummed. I'm very sad.
It's
There
gonna
was
be
a
a good
world.
video.
So I'm going to the Minnesota Rhode Island game on Saturday, working for Peacock. It's going to be great.
Wow.
It's going to be a lovely time. So the first thing
I'm sure
I
the
did,
atmosphere will be
it's going
awesome.
to be great. First thing I did, they don't have a quarterback anymore. First thing I did was, all right, time to check flights, because what if I could get back and then I could drive to Lincoln and go to the game and still do the post-game show at the very least. The flights were, it was 3:15, which is way too close to the game ending, or 10 o'clock, which is worthless. So I was like, damn it. I was going to try to come home.
Did they have direct flights to Lincoln?
Nick, it's funny. I did not look.
No.
I don't
I just
think,
did
I think Lincoln
Omaha.
only flies to like 3 towns.
Yeah, I don't know if they have one.
Delta has very few flights now from between Omaha and Minneapolis. There was 3 on Saturday. It was like morning,
Wow.
afternoon, night. I was
So
like, wow,
there
this
wasn't like a
blows.
5. You needed like a 5 o'clock.
I needed a 5 or a 4:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been perfect.
5 o'clock would have actually done it.
Yeah, I would have got here. I
Yeah.
would have missed the beginning on the radio. I
You would have missed
listened,
pregame, but
but I would have
been here
gotten
for
to the show
game.
for the postgame. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was going to do that, but they're not those flights anymore. So I'm ditching my friends. I'm
Yep.
not going to be here.
And so John and I will have to have all the fun underneath
John
John.
already made a
Underneath the
promo.
overpass.
Under the bridge downtown.
Under the bridge. I hope the
Nice.
trolls. I hope the
Good song.
trolls are there.
Yeah.
I'd like to interview a troll.
Dion will be there.
You know what? I'll be there. I'll be there too. Maybe I can just take Josh's spot.
You
I
can
just
talk about
plop in.
Mormons.
Yeah, I'll talk about the more.
Mm-hmm.
See if there's any Mormons that go to the Nebraska game.
Speaking of, Ian has made us a nice, fun graphic.
Mhm.
Nick goes to a baseball game and Mormons exist in the Always Sunny
It's
in
not the
Philadelphia
fact that they
font.
existed. It was the fact that Taco Dude came up and it was just the way he talked to them.
Any word on if this was Gaskins or not?
I actually I forgot. I haven't tweeted
Oh,
because I
you're
was
good.
engaged in this friendly
It
conversation.
was the interaction of Taco Dude with the Mormons, not the Mormons themselves.
By the way, how about this from Curtis? Wait, the Yankees wear blue. Colored blindness can be a bitch. Never thought anything of their black and white unis before. Thanks, Connor and Josh.
I actually
Welcome.
recently discovered that it was navy blue.
I still remember the first time that I figured it out because I got a bobblehead of Jason Giambi. And I was like, they screwed it up, Dad. His hat's blue. And he goes, no, son.
Sit down.
They wear blue. And I said, what? No, they don't. It's black. Sure enough, it's a dark, dark, dark blue.
What's the line in Catch Me If You Can?
Why do the Yankees always
Why do
win?
the Yankees always?
Because they have
win?
Mickey Mantle.
No, son. It's because they can't stop staring at those pinstripes.
Mhm. Those navy blue pinstripes.
So how long was it before you realized the Bears weren't black?
I knew that. Theirs isn't as blue or as navy or as dark.
It's damn close.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's a more noticeable blue than the Yankees. And I
Yeah.
think it's the pinstripes that really
Man,
got
it-
me.
It's, I mean, maybe.
I always thought so, John.
Because the pinstripes they look black in every picture and video I've ever seen. The pinstripes look black and white.
Is black one of our colors, is Bo Pelini one.
And they don't have any just blue uniforms, do
they're
they?
gray.
Yeah,
No,
it's gray.
Yeah.
Well, but neither did the Bears. I mean, when the Bears wear their dark pants, those are black pants.
Yeah, but I think it's the logo too, because even the Bears logo, it's pretty clearly blue, but the Yankees logo, it's still hard to tell.
At least it was for me.
Me too.
Wait, what'd you say, John? When the Bears wear their away pants, those are not black.
They sure look black to me.
Those are not black.
Who's
Those are navy,
colorblind now?
Those are
Oh,
navy
Are
blue.
you sure?
Well,
Yeah.
no.
They look
Oh
very.
no, we're having existential color
Yeah.
crisis.
you were talking about
guess.
the Bears' traditional roads with the
Yeah,
pants, with the color pants and the white uniform.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are blue.
Those are blue.
those look. Those
Those are blue.
those have always looked very, very black to me.
How about
The
that?
Bears would never wear black.
How do we feel about the Bears uniforms?
I'm
They're
generally
They're
pro.
great because
Yeah.
they're. I mean, they're except when they wear the stupid orange. They look.
I agree. Everybody
Orange looks
loved.
dumb.
They went goo goo gaga over their orange helmets a couple years ago when they put those out. Those are stupid.
Yeah, the orange
Yeah.
uniforms are dumb. They're a classic uniform. I like the Bears uniforms.
I
I don't like the team that's usually in the uniforms, but I do like.
Hopefully
the
they're
uniforms.
exciting to watch now. That'd be
Maybe.
nice.
I think I like. Is it the throwback where it's like the matte blue with the orange numbers?
The Bears?
Yeah.
Matte blue.
I'm looking at it right now.
show it
I
to
don't know if that's the throwback or not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah?
That's nice.
Before the C was on the
I
helmet.
hope they're okay. I drafted Romo Dunze pretty high in my
Oh,
fantasy league this weekend.
Nice.
he could be fun.
I saw him catch that touchdown. That was all I needed to see.
They're playing Sunday Night Football week 2 against the Texans.
Okay. What do they
Could
got
be
week 1?
Who do they play week 1?
Who do the Bears play week 1?
I've seen this and
Who do
heard
the
about
Bears
this.
play?
It's a nooner.
Like
Falcons?
NFL Sunday
No,
ticket?
Falcons are playing the Steelers.
I've
Bears are
memorized the
playing
week 1
Tennessee.
schedule.
Good job, John. Wow.
Oh,
Well, it's because I worked ahead. I've worked ahead on Fired Up for Football.
Wow.
have the maps come out yet?
Not yet.
That's tomorrow.
Okay.
506sports.com.
I would not be surprised if the Bears game is the game in our area.
I was actually just having a conversation
yeah.
with somebody about the maps this weekend because they were wondering if they were going to get the Broncos game.
See, I don't
song.
know. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I mean, in
I
the
think-
past, yes, but
I think the Bears have a better chance just because of CJ Stroud. Just because of him. Or not CJ Stroud.
Caleb Williams.
Caleb
Caleb
Williams.
Williams.
Thank you. Sorry, I got Texans on
The
my
noon
brain.
Fox games that we'll be deciding between, it's definitely not going to be Steelers Falcons. We already mentioned Bears Titans, Panthers Saints, or Vikings Giants.
Now,
Vikings Giants could
Ooh.
steal the
John
thunder.
will certainly get the Broncos in Lincoln, right?
Well, that is the 305.
possibly.
Yeah, that's the 305 CBS game.
Possibly.
The other CBS games at noon are Cards Bills. No. Patriots Bengals.
Maybe.
Texans Colts. Jags
Maybe.
Dolphins.
Yeah, we're not going
No.
to get Jags Dolphins.
Raiders Chargers at 305. And obviously the Chiefs
Yeah,
are
the
on
Broncos
Thursday.
actually have a good chance.
So
this
you might
week.
have the doubleheader in the late window, John. Your team plays Sunday night.
Sunday night.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Are you still a Panthers fan?
Yeah, go Panthers. What channel are they on?
Don't.
Sunday NFL ticket?
Yeah.
I just
You
won
can just
them a
pretty
retro
much
bowl.
bank on that. Even if they're playing like a Thursday night game, they're being
Actually, you
relegated
know
to
what?
Sunday ticket.
Have we ever seen a noon window Panthers broadcast here in the great state of Nebraska?
According to Austin, I don't think so because he is a Panthers
well,
fan.
if they've played the Bears or the
Cowboys.
Packers,
Oh, yeah.
They played the Packers last year. It was on locally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
never
good.
mind then.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Austin, you're wrong, bro.
Once a year.
Once a year.
Somewhere.
If they play one of the local teams or a big brand, they'll show up in
Josh, I have a question for you.
Oh, happy to answer.
So in your you're now traveling, Josh?
Yes, I'm leaving you. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to bring it up again.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be there
leaving
for
us in the lurch.
the idea that
ditching
you
us.
had Big Red Overreaction on site.
And the
Ooh,
pregame.
Does this mean he has to do a bonus?
Well, I still have 4, but if I need to trade with somebody, I'm happy to do so.
You might have to do that via me passing martyr baton to you. But my question was, are you going to be one of the people who says that Northwestern Stadium on the lakefront isn't that bad?
It was really cool in person.
Damn it.
The sightlines were great. It was like going to a high school stadium.
Of course it is. High school sidelines.
The press box was very tiny, very teeny tiny, and the bathroom was very far away. I had to hold it.
Oh, I'm
At
surprised I
halftime.
had plumbing and it wasn't just a porta pot situation.
It was this I don't know what it is, but it's an actual bathroom. So
Oh.
it wasn't just porta potties, but it was very cool. It was a very cool stadium. Yeah. The team
No, it wasn't.
Here's a take. I got 2 takes coming off this weekend. It's a bummer Nebraska's not playing Minnesota this year, and it's a bummer they're not playing Northwestern.
3
this year.
wins.
Do Northwestern, bad football. Their quarterback is fast and he can run around. Horrible at throwing. He looked worse than DJ last night.
So in other words, he's like Heinrich last year.
Not a bad comparison.
Yikes.
He's bad, man.
That's
And
not
it's like,
good.
oh man, it's a bummer Nebraska's not playing him this year.
Their starter transferred to be the backup at Iowa.
Yeah.
Not great.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
Hawks.
Very cool stadium. It's right by the water. Have
I
you
heard
seen
that.
this? Have you heard about this?
I have.
Yeah, pretty cool.
All I saw was people.
I'm sure it was great to look out upon the field and say, man, this game's boring. I think I'll just look at those bass boats way out there on Lake
I got a
Michigan."
text during the game. It was in the 4th quarter from a friend like, hey, how's it going? And I just sent him a picture of the monitor because we were in commercial and it was 13-6. And he just laughed. And I said, yeah.
It was a bad
So-
game. I did tune
Yeah.
in. I did tune in once or twice.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got mentioned on the air once. It was
I-
cool.
I did not.
Oh, thanks for supporting me, John.
I think it was
I
Well,
didn't
six.
either.
wasn't your game at the same time? Yeah.
Figure you want to support me though. I
No,
support
I
you and
wasn't-
your
I
little
wasn't-
Jays calls.
I had it on.
I wasn't even watching. Well, I was at the stadium.
I had it on this TV in the fourth quarter.
Yeah?
That's when I watched it.
Nice.
In fact, the only game I had on opposite the Husker game, and it was only in the last inning, was the Cubs game. Because
Baseball's over.
The other
John.
2:30 games,
We've canceled it. It's nice.
the other 2:30 games were dog meat.
yeah, what were the other two?
Well, you had
30?
Florida, Miami, which
Oh,
went bad in a hurry.
The 11 o'clock games were bad. I thought the 11 o'clock slate was going to
well,
be good.
it didn't help
and
you
it
had
was
a
all
rain
on-
delay for 8
Yep,
hours.
It was all on
Yeah,
that
but
game,
that
which
was-
ended up
that wasn't
sucking
a
and
great
anyway.
Georgia
game
Clemson
anyway.
was
And Georgia
horrible.
Clemson was horrible.
Yeah.
All the other 11 o'clock games sucked.
I thought
Was there not any-
Iowa was fun.
No.
No.
They're throwing the ball now. That's exciting.
No.
Okay, let's settle down, Nick.
It was nothing was really good.
No.
Bummer.
I was
Not in
very
those
bored
windows,
in the
no.
11 o'clock window,
Very bored.
sitting
Yeah.
in my house.
Hmm.
The evening window was the best.
It was.
Star Wars Fiend says, you guys should be proud of Josh. This is how young DB started off his springboard on BTN, and now look at him. Josh is going places soon. Great job, Josh. Very nice.
We are very proud of you, Josh,
Mm.
but you blew
Or
it.
abandoning
So wait, am I
You
worse than
screwed
you
us.
ditching these great, I would assume, great friends? Am I worse than you ditching those great friends?
I cannot be
Did
the
you
judge
get
of
paid
this.
yesterday?
He was raising the next generation.
He's getting paid in fatherhood.
His child.
Fatherhood.
In fact, Josh, I
What's
won't
the
get paid.
conversion rate?
I won't get paid off on this for years and years and years.
Wow.
Whenever my daughter has to put me in a home,
Yeah.
that's when I get paid
Yeah.
off for this.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, you think she's gonna put you in a home? You don't think she's gonna make you let you move in with her?
I don't know.
You can be
TBD.
Grandpa Happer.
I don't know what it'll look like.
No, you know what? You know what the difference will be? The difference will be, Dad, remember that time when I was
Goo goo gaga.
6 weeks old?
1 month old. Yes.
When you ditched your friends and stayed home with me? This is the reason why you get to stay with me and my husband instead of getting sent to that really bad home
Yes.
with the bed bugs.
Or the
Wow.
luxury suite at the home with the bed bugs.
Yes.
At least she'll take
Or
it.
that
Luxury
nursing
bed
home
bugs.
from Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, with Ben
Get me
Stiller.
out of here. Some comments. Yippee says, soon Josh will be the color guy for Nebraska sports.
There you
Yeah, if
go.
I'm going to be the next DB. And then Stibbs asked, did DB spot for Lisa Byington? I don't believe that he ever did.
Are you kidding with his vision?
I don't think Damon did any
Yeah,
spotting.
could Damon see?
If Damon had done the spotting for Lisa Byington, Red Grange would have made one of those tackles on Saturday. Well, I mean, Damon's
Oh, he's-
eyesight is notoriously
It's not of
great.
seeing. No.
He's not.
That's assuming that Damon made it to the game. He probably would have run into one of those convenience store posts like he did that one time.
Damon, if you're listening, John said that, not me. Not me.
By the way, speaking of, on Friday,
Damon?
I saw, in fact, I did. I saw Damon in the press box.
Oh, good.
He said,
I
"Hey,
don't-
Josh, how you doing?"
I've received a text from Damon.
Oh, what did he say?
Damn.
Have you heard back from Taco Dude yet?
Good to hear from you, Damon.
Hi, Damon.
Oh,
Love
man.
you, Damon.
Oh, man.
But Friday on the crossover,
Yeah.
we have to talk about how it'll be the 10-year anniversary of Josh and Damon fighting on Big Red Overreaction. And you
Damon.
won't be here.
No, I'll be here.
You'll be here for the show?
No, I'll be somewhere.
He won't be here.
I'll be on the radio.
He won't be here.
I'm not taking the day off. I'm still working.
Somebody's office eating Jersey
I'm leaving
Mike's
at like
again.
Oh,
6:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Are you going to
Oh.
go to Jersey Mike's?
Okay, so yesterday I'm doing whatever, and I get a text from Nick
Oh,
that just is like, "Hey, I'm really sorry about the Jersey Mike's thing," and I'm like, "LOL, it's not a big deal." But I was like, "Did this text get lost in the messages from Friday?" Well, then I get home and I'm talking to my wife, and she goes, "Hey, I just let you know, I sent Nick a message to tell him to cut it out with the Jersey Mike stuff." I said, "Oh, that would explain why I got a random apology in the middle of the day."
I did not apologize.
No, Happer did not apologize. Nobody has apologized
Did you
except for
see-
Nick.
Did you see the tweet from
You don't have to
Stib-
apologize,
from
Nick. It's
Stibbs
fine.
and Ian who are in Chicago?
They had
They-
Subway as a bit. They
They-
did it to make
yes.
fun. It's like
Well-
you guys are the idiots who had Subway.
They passed by. There was apparently there's like a location where there's like a Chipotle,
Oh, that was great.
a Jersey Mike's, and a Taco Bell all
Yeah,
together.
Bing Bong.
And they sent out a tweet that says, "Which we
Josh's
found Josh's
favorite.
favorite Chicago."
So
restaurant."
funny. I laughed very hard.
I took part in the Stibbs Q&A on Sunday or Monday.
Oh, when
whatever
they were
that was.
driving home?
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah.
I asked him what his most favorite YouTube video was.
Oh, yeah. And he sent the Trump turn those lights off video. That is a very funny video. No, turn those lights
off.
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
But it was
But
like a
yeah,
remix song.
I'll be doing the radio on Friday.
Yeah, and we'll have to talk
Now, I
about
have not confirmed that I have the radio station yet. Because this guy and I have been going back and forth because I'm doing the show from Minneapolis also next week. There's been a lot of confusion about
Josh.
when you knew this. I already was going there for the third week of the season.
Apparently, Josh is never going to be here on Friday.
Oh, is this about running in races?
No. This is another game. That one's another BTN game.
Okay.
I'm seeing Minnesota 2 weeks in a row. It's too bad that they're not playing Nebraska this year.
Lucky
And
you.
They have so many takes on
You
the
know what
Gophers.
this is? This is actually
What?
this is karma paying Josh back for stealing my summer. Now all of his football experiences are going to be
Are
Minnesota
Minnesota.
Golden Gophers
And Northwestern.
Which Peacock announcer are you helping on Saturday?
Good question. I don't remember.
Is it?
No, it's not him.
Damn!
Yeah, it's
Oh God, that would have been the best.
It would have been funny. Let me see if I can find it.
Because obviously the Nebraska game is
I think it's something Brandon?
Mr.
Oh,
Brand.
Let's go, Brandon.
Oh God,
Brendan.
Oh,
Brendan.
let's go, Brendan.
Peak. I'm going to
Does
search.
Brendan have a last name?
Brendan
I'm
Peacock.
gonna
It's
search
Brendan. Brendan.
I'm going to search Peacock Brendan.
Well, how do you have his first name and not his last name?
The person who reached out to me and asked if I wanted to do this.
What if he's listening to us right
Oh,
now?
that'd be a
not.
bummer. Yeah, he's definitely not. He's doing prep for the Minnesota game. I don't remember.
Sad. You just know that you're going to help a guy named Brendan.
I can't wait to get connected with
And
him.
leave your
Brendan
friends.
Burke. Brendan Burke.
Brendan Burke.
Brendan Burke.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to working with Brendan.
Meanwhile, we'll be hanging out with Colt McCoy in Lincoln.
Yeah.
Oh,
Colt
wow.
McCoy in Lincoln.
Wow.
Colt
Hey,
McCoy
you guys will have
from
a
Lincoln.
great time. Do you want me to hop on during the pregame show? I
No.
could from my
No.
hotel.
No.
Okay.
No.
What's the atmosphere like in the hotel room, Josh?
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's very good, guys. Very good.
Very
God.
normal.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
then
know
you-
what we're gonna do on that show. It's gonna be so fun. We're gonna have to scream probably so anyone could hear us. It's so loud down there.
Is it? Yeah. I don't know if I've walked around the other tailgate sites. I don't think I've ever walked the underpass.
I would
tailgate
imagine
sites.
that. I mean, what is the stadium has? What 80,000 people in it?
Yep.
I would imagine that spot that we're going to be in, assuming it's in the same spot as it has been in the years past, will be passed by in the neighborhood of 50,000.
It's a lot of
Yeah,
people.
a
Yeah,
lot of
make sure
people.
you get a cool zone logo out there, Nick.
I'm
And
still trying to
passed
figure out how
over
early
by
I need to get
50,000
there.
people.
Nick says he's still worrying about how early he needs to get there. What time would you recommend Nick leaves Omaha? Noon?
What were you thinking?
So I would like to be there by 3 to start setting everything up.
You
probably
will
wanna
need
be there
to be
earlier
there
than that.
much earlier than that.
I would say you should
Yes.
probably want to be there by 2.
Two?
Right? 2.
I think you should leave.
you should leave at noon.
You should leave it.
Just make a
Yeah.
whole
Because
day out
by
of
the
it.
time I get, I have to miss the Iowa State game.
Yes, you
Yeah,
will.
You will have to miss the Iowa.
That's culturally important.
That's
for
a
me.
2:30 game. Actually, no.
Oh,
you
is that
won't
a
miss it.
2:30 game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's at 2:30.
Yeah,
you'll
you'll
be
get
able
to
to watch it
You'll
during
get to
our
watch
show.
it at Blur.
Oh, hell yeah!
Yeah, there you go. See, you'll miss
leave
the
even
Michigan.
earlier.
You'll miss the Michigan Texas.
I was thinking it was a noon game for some reason.
No,
Whatever
Sometimes it
you,
is.
however
El
long,
Asico is 2:30.
however long you think it's going to take, double it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's going to be very busy, and with this
Busy.
game being what it is, it'll be busier.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would definitely leave here at noon.
Stibbs says I'll come do the shows. There you go. You want Stibbs to replace me?
Yes,
Perfect.
That would actually
Man,
be funny.
that's like
kind of tempting.
yeah, that's like.
Well,
that's
you
like
wouldn't
when-
have any
that's
sports
like when Lou
talk.
Gehrig took over for Wally Pipp.
Wow. Stibbs asks, "Can I get Josh's press pass?"
Yes.
Well, here's the problem with that.
Did you get it? Did you get the parking and the press pass?
the what?
You were at the game on Saturday. Did you get the stuff for
What-
Happer and I?
what
No,
would-
no, not me anymore. You were supposed. I thought Keith was giving you stuff.
No, Keith
Oh,
didn't give me
All
anything.
right. Well,
we
I
gotta
don't know.
go. I know. I gotta go to the window.
Yeah, but the parking is the bigger issue.
Yeah, I need the parking.
Yeah, you need the parking pass. So I guess we're not using that. Never mind. Right? You're going to park it. I don't know. Anyway,
There was something
Anyway,
about
yeah.
it parking in an email today. I haven't read it yet. 'cause I was on
yeah,
the-
I'm not. I
Busy.
wasn't aware. But anyway, no, you
Busy.
can't. You can't use someone else's parking pass because they ask for an ID as well. So when you
Mm.
walk in, they ask for your. They see your.
You mean
driver's
your
license.
media pass?
No, you get your ever pass on, but then they also ask for your ID.
Dude, I don't have an ID. Well, I guess I'd have to bring my
You know-
passport and a stupid piece of paper for my driver's license right now. It's so annoying.
Oh,
You
that
still
yeah.
have-
That's
I hate the paper driver's license thing. It's
well,
so dumb.
I just went there last week.
Oh, I thought you've had paper driver's license for a long time now.
No, it's been about a week.
Okay.
I went there last week.
Going to a bar with the paper
So
license
is every time you
embarrassing.
renew your license, this is the ordeal you have to go through.
Yeah, seriously. But when I flew this weekend, I brought my passport. I was like, I'm not going to get touched, and I didn't.
Not going to.
Congrats on not getting
But
touched.
I saw one of our listeners, so that was great. We chatted. He loves the Grum.
Wow.
He loves the zone overall. He says, I love Happer. And I think him and John will do a great job without you. I said, how do
He
you
said
know?
that?
No. At this time, I thought I was still doing overreaction, but now I'm not.
I think we will do a great job for the record without you.
I think you guys will do awesome.
Well, have fun.
When I wake up the next morning, I will download every podcast and listen to them. Unless they lose, then I don't know. Sounds sad.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Thanks
but
for
those
supporting
are
your
usually
friends.
the best overreactions.
Maybe I'll
True.
download them and delete them, but I'll download them.
Oh, just to confirm with you guys, I got an email from Joey this morning asking if you guys will be able to handle the phones or if he's going to have to put everybody on the phone and then tell you.
Oh,
Can you teach me how to get
Yeah.
the stack? All
yeah.
right.
Well, I think
You have to download that program.
Yeah, and John's not allowed to download anything on his computer.
No, because it's a work computer.
Yeah,
I have a
yeah.
Happer.
I have the app. I just got to look for the email from Chris Prudon that's probably 4 or 5 years old.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Just teach me how to do that.
Just
Yeah.
flag and pin that thing on your email.
If you teach me how to
You'll
do
never
that,
lose
then
it.
you are forgiven.
Okay, I'll help you out.
Oh, it's like when we helped out that guy in Vegas to get old TweetDeck.
Oh, yeah, and he bought you 2 drinks, Nick.
He did buy me 2 drinks.
He was very excited about old TweetDeck.
Yeah, he was.
What? How did you
Ah!
get old TweetDeck?
You guys are amazing.
How is that possible?
We were there for 4 days. Every time he saw us, he was like, "You got to teach me how to do the old TweetDeck."
Seriously, he was like, "I'll buy you drinks. I'll buy you drinks." Like, jeez, man. Okay.
We gave.
And Nick,
He bought me drinks.
Nick had a great time on the last day we were there.
I was lit in Vegas at 9 a.m.
Nice. And Happer
As
was
God
losing
intended.
money.
Yeah, I was losing money on roulette at that point.
Nice.
Getting desperate.
Damn that roulette.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Jordan, Josh will do anything to get out of doing big red overreaction. I had never been
true.
more excited
Yeah.
for
you
a
hate
show.
big red
Yeah,
overreaction.
I
that's
love
true.
overreaction.
That's true.
Did you notice the first caller? That was the guy who laughs weird.
Yeah.
Connor.
I didn't put that together until later.
I listened to it yesterday and I was like, that's Connor, the laugher. And he was like, I told you about Dylan. I told you.
He took the spot of Bob, who's passed,
R.I.P.
Fast.
Bob.
and is the guy because Connor called early in the second half. Early in the second half.
Wow.
Dropped off a couple times and came back.
Oh, our phone system are great though.
It's fantastic. Yes.
Wasn't as bad as I was expecting.
I thought it was a very smooth show.
Yeah.
For the
Good.
record.
Good.
And I expect the same without Josh this week.
It's going to be awesome. I'll be there for that Friday night show.
I'm
with you,
starting
though,
to think
John.
that you hate football.
I love football. I'm going to games.
You're going to Minnesota.
He's going to hate football after this year where he's exposed to nothing but Golden Gopher.
Yeah,
football.
12 Minnesota games.
You're about to get PJ pilled.
Am I? I don't
Yeah.
think so. I think I'm out on Peach.
Are you
Fleck
even going to
pilled.
be here for any games?
Yes, I'll be here for the Friday night game.
Are you sure?
Yes. Well, I'm not sure now.
But, then
No.
but what game do you have to do on Saturday? Minnesota?
None. I'm not doing anything that Saturday.
As far as you know.
No, I cannot leave that weekend. I have something going on Sunday that I'm. So if somebody offered me a job, I would have to say, I'm sorry. I cannot do it. Now, every other weekend, still fair game. I'll be here. I'll be here.
Highly unlikely.
This
I
is like,
doubt it.
John, this is like when you leave us for Creighton basketball. I don't give you
Yeah, but I'm
grief.
doing stuff for us, for our
This is for
family.
the Zone
our
brand.
Our
This is for the Zone brand.
Oh,
No,
and how
it's
many,
not.
And how many?
This is
and
for
how
the
many-
Josh
How many
brand.
1620 mentions did Lisa give us during that broadcast?
Well, you didn't watch, so you don't know. I'm not going to tell you the answer to that. You got to go DVR it
Yeah.
and find out.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that.
Also,
CTN
Creighton
was-
basketball is good. Minnesota sucks.
Yes. Good
Hey, what about
point.
Northwestern? They're now 9-5 in their last 14 games.
Yeah, they're horrible. They're going to win like probably 2 more games all year.
Not very
The
good.
good news is Josh got to see history, the only Northwestern win of the year. So
And
That
the stadium.
is true.
And the
Oh,
stadium.
did you,
the state.
did you hang out with Farron while you were there?
No.
Wow.
yeah, Farron wasn't going to spend any time.
Or
with the
Stibbs. Stibbs
Northwestern
and
team.
Ian were there. I didn't see them.
They were too
They
busy
were-
eating Subway.
They were
Nobody's
trying
going
to
up
eating
to Evanston.
Subway and
Yeah.
waiting outside Wrigley with their faces are longingly looking through the bars going, when are they going to let us
Even
in?
flow.
I was only here for one concert. This is the second one. Please let us in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to miss any of the music.
Mm-hmm. Scott says we call him Side Hustle Josh. You're not wrong.
Hey, people have jobs. I have many jobs.
You have many
many
jobs.
One of them is being a dad.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's
Yeah.
and
true.
that's full circle.
There
We
you
did
go.
it.
We brought
Yep.
it back around.
Well, no, full circle would be Nick talking about Mormons.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Mormon things.
There you go. Milk.
Exactly. Full circle.
Milk.
There you go.
All right.
Bye, Happer.
Bye, Happer.
Goodbye.
It's Tuesday. That feels like Monday,
Nice.
but it's Tuesday.
But it is indeed a Tuesday.
And I'm going to see. Hope that other chair works. I don't want to stand. I've come
It's
to the
annoying,
realization
isn't it?
I don't want to stand the whole show.
Yeah. Shouldn't have been standing there.
16:20 the zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. They'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's going to be an awesome day. Nebraska's coming off a win. They might actually have a high quarterback.
A high?
Oh, what?
Oh, that. Oh, I see what you meant.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I hope your weekend was wonderful.
Frost Flash.
Oh!
This is an unsportsmanlike conduct. Oh, really? We're going to start with this?
Update
Frost Flash.
from the Frost Flash Sports Desk.
Oh, did something happen with Scott Frost?
Sure did.
My by the way, my supers is having a marg tonight is not about him at all. I'm actually having a margarita tonight.
Interesting.
And not in honor of him.
Why would you then put that on your super?
Frost Flash.
Because I couldn't think of anything before the show, and I was like, hey, I'm having a margarita tonight. You know, I love planning things.
Frost Flash.
Yes.
I'm going to a restaurant that has margaritas.
Do they have anything else?
Little tacos and
Frost Flash.
corn and beans.
Corn? They have corn?
Frost Flash.
Happer just brought me some corn.
good
Modelo, among other things.
Do they have golden tea?
No golden tea at this place. No televisions at this place.
I just want everyone to understand one thing here before y'all just start laughing and giggling. And
Oh,
all
we're
those
laughing.
other
All right,
things.
John. The visual is so funny right now.
I haven't been able to stop giggling forever. Since yesterday?
Remember, the NFL has changed its kickoff rules. You can't surprise onside in the NFL. So, in fact, Sean McVay has just done a genius thing. He said, hey, this guy can't hurt us.
That's true. That's true. The
Because
bad
the
man
thing that he's
can't
most
hurt you.
noted for, he can't do because it's against the rules in the NFL.
The bad man can't hurt you. That's very important.
I just love that he's just a constant in John's life.
Yeah, he's never going away.
Listen, the Rams special teams have been a dumpster fire ever since we let Bones get away to the dumbass Cowboys.
I love
Bones.
Bones.
The one competent thing Josh's crap-ass franchise has done in 10 years, and it came at our expense.
No, they've done some good drafting too.
Yes, they've won many Super Bowls.
I didn't say that. I just said they've drafted well. They have. It's inarguable.
So the fact that apparently the Rams are going to fight fire with fire. Our special teams is a dumpster fire, so let's bring in another dumpster fire, and maybe it'll put each other out.
there you go. Yeah, your special teams last year was famously among the worst ever.
They've been among the worst for a while.
But last year was
outside of when Gay was kicking the ball.
But remember, last year was like truly historic.
terrible.
We talked to Aaron
terrible.
Schatz about it in January.
It was terrible.
Historically bad. Historically bad.
That
It's
is
awful.
famously what firefighters do, though. If they see a fire, they put
put it-
more fire on the fire.
I'm not going to let you people,
It's like
and I
putting
do
a hat
mean
on
you
a hat.
people. I'm not going to let you
Hat.
people ruin my week from this news.
No, we're in a
I'm
great
trying.
mood.
I'm
We're
trying.
good.
I'm
This news
trying-
made me very
I'm
happy.
trying not to let this affect me.
Yeah.
But believe me, the first time the Rams special teams blows up in their face, you know who I'm blaming.
You know what's been so funny is
Oh, and by the way, before you get any further,
you're good. You're good.
before you get any further, no, I am not going to let him off the hook.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was just
Good.
going to say.
For the last 5 years, the man walked away with tens of millions of your dollars.
Nice. Yeah, I'm getting so
He's
tired.
fine. Now, I don't wish him ill. I don't want him to fall off a cliff. I don't want bad things to happen.
Yes, I don't want him to fall off a cliff.
But I'm also not going to feel happy for him.
we should all be rooting for it. You can root
Unless
for him.
the Rams special teams turns out to be great.
Yeah.
And then I will say, you know what? That Scott Frost, not such a bad guy after.
Yeah, you need to root for him because he is a coach on your football team. But
Well,
I don't
actually,
have to
don't.
be.
He's going to be a coffee fan.
I don't have to be happy for him. I'm just like, it's okay. Like, people hate Callahan still, like 20 years later.
And
And
here's
they're
a
the
guy-
ones trying to tell me to
He's a
settle
guy
down
that's
with my
actually
Frost.
accomplished something.
Thank you. He's an offensive line coach
He's
for
a
the Titans
Really
now.
good offensive line coach.
Yeah, I'm getting
We don't
so
hear
tired.
people going, "Oh man, that Mike Ryan, I feel good for him that
Yep.
he's on the committee."
Exactly. Nobody gives him any happiness. They don't send him good vibes. They hate the guy.
Yeah.
They hate Bill Callahan.
Yeah.
Look, you can hate Steve Peterson. It's not going to bother
Can
me.
you imagine if Kevin Cosgrove came walking through? How many people would be mad at him?
It's been a long time. He really tried.
Do you imagine? Can you imagine?
Above 500 coach in
How-
Nebraska, Kevin Cosgrove.
Can you
John.
remember? Can you imagine what some people would react like if Eric Chenander came walking by?
Oh, I'd run right by him because he wouldn't be able to tackle me because his defense is so bad. Scott says special teams analyst. Isn't that what led to a Frost suspension? It was I think it was related to special teams.
Yes, it was.
Oh no. That's pretty funny.
So fine, have your little guffaws, have your
Yeah.
little laughs
Well, hey, John,
at my expense.
There's a certain part of the fan base that is pumped for this. So you got them a part of your.
Oh,
Wonder how many people are
great.
becoming Rams fans
great.
now
The
because of this.
Frostafarians are
Yeah.
on my side.
man, this is so good. I'm happy
The Frostafarians are on my
These
side.
are your people,
that's
John.
That's
They're
like
all-
when Mr. H said, "Hey, don't worry, the Russians are on our side."
a 236 under. You don't really see it.
Designated Hitler.
Yeah.
We should usually crossover or later.
Yeah.
We
that's
should
true. Good
find out how to make a scoregami, but for the over or the under.
Wow,
For
that-
Mr. H mentions.
Eric says, "Give me John Fossil back." You want Bones?
Bones, I
You want
know.
Bones?
I love Bones. He was great.
Yeah.
That's a good nickname.
James says, "Josh Nick and the opinionated hat."
Oh, did you just notice? I got my chair fixed.
You got your chair fixed.
Now I'm sitting a little lower. Is
John, Josh, and hat.
that better now? You okay
Or I guess
with
it
that?
should be Josh, Nick, and hat.
Is that better now?
Hat.
Yeah. Oh
Is that
man,
better?
that was
Okay.
funny.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. You know, I was thinking about it on the drive in. So my wife, she drove me today because we're going out afterwards, and she's going to pick me up. And I said, I haven't been at the station in so many days. Because famously, last Thursday we were out at Oscars, had a great time. Famously, Friday I was in an office inside of Chicago at my brother and sister-in-law's place. But now we're
Picking the Jersey Mike's out of your teeth.
It was very
So
good.
your key card
Jersey
did
Mike's
work.
is good.
It
Oh,
was,
all kidding
yeah,
aside,
yeah.
it's very delicious.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
key card
We
did
went to a
work.
local place. Yes, it did, Nick.
I'll have to talk to somebody.
Oh, interesting. We did go to a local place afterwards. Wild with an E at the end. Very tasty.
Or is it Wildy?
I should have asked him.
Could be.
It was very good. Very good.
Rooferees presents the Grum Down.
Nice. Let's
The
do it.
Rooferees,
We're
John
here.
Higgins weather guard. Michael Severe labeled this Mount St. Helens week.
When did he call it that yesterday Sunday on the show?
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday was Monday.
So, yes, this is Mount St. Helens
Welcome.
week. The
Welcome.
explosion is coming.
Oh.
Explosions.
No minor accomplishment.
Oh, nice. I
We'll
see.
review the
See what he did there.
game on
Mhm.
Saturday.
A minor.
I was close
minor
on the score
49er.
again, by the way.
Mike Farron will be with us.
Baseball.
From
It's not
Sirius XM
dead.
will
We're
be
still
with
doing
us.
baseball. I saw baseball yesterday.
Yeah, it is still a sport. That is
You
being
damn
played.
right it is.
Yeah.
You damn right it is.
I thought it was football season.
Michael Brunts will be along from Husker247.com.
A little later than normal today. Did you see that message?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt Rule refuses to disrespect Prime.
He won't be pooping on Prime?
Yeah,
Will we?
like last year when he was so famously just crapping on him in every turn.
He's potpourriing on Prime.
Not poopering on Prime.
We're going
Dale.
to take our first trip to the hot take market this fall.
Oh, man. It's good to be back.
Do I still have
Steve Sipple.
Why would you delete it, Nick?
HuskerOnline.com.
I didn't delete it. I just don't know where it is.
Hmm.
Yay, Sipple.
The Frisco Niners are back, folks.
Are they?
And I think we found our dropout.
What?
Yeah, we found our dropout. Last night, the Florida State Seminoles became the third FBS team in the last 45 years
Oof.
to lose its first two games of the season as a double-digit favorite.
Yikes. That's not great. Did they get reverse covered last night? Or was it? No, I think it was 16 and a half.
I don't remember
so they
what the
almost
spread
got
was,
reverse
but they,
covered.
ooh, boy.
Not great. John, they are
Yeah.
off to a bad start.
Yeah, Mike Norvell says, I'm sick how this season has started. I apologize to our fans. I apologize to
Oh.
everyone associated with the program. That was extremely disappointing. You know what the lesson to be learned from this, kids, is?
What's that?
The
You
committee
shouldn't
is right.
open the college football season in the Aer Lingus game in Ireland.
Seriously, if you are the favorite, don't do it. If you're the underdog, no, more power to you. Though I guess Notre Dame did win last year by 1 billion points in the opener, and they were fine.
Well, I guess
here we go.
when you have a superior coach like a Marcus Freeman, you can do that.
Nice.
You know, if you have a Mike Norvell or a Scott Frost,
Or a special teams NFL coach, yeah.
Who schedules the Aer Lingus games? Is that between the schools or is that okay?
Yeah, it's the schools.
It's usually the prime minister of
Nice.
Ireland.
Welcome to Ireland. Well,
Well,
that was bad.
That'll show people. That'll show people not to schedule cupcakes because maybe cupcakes aren't cupcakes after all.
It was definitely not a cupcake. They're now 0-2 in the ACC. 0-2 in the ACC,
That's
John.
true.
It's
These
not
are
even
both
like
conference games.
Yeah, it's not even like, oh man, they have 2 losses. It's gonna be hard to make the playoffs.
I think
it's gonna be hard to make the ACC championship game now.
This is going to
they're-
hurt their chances of going to the Big 12.
Nice.
There is a delicious irony to all of this, given
yeah.
that they Florida State
You
pronouns
do mean
pal,
they, yeah.
want out of this league so badly.
Yeah, well, it makes sense because the league's really tough.
Oh my God. Florida State, according to Kay Ford's latest
Mm.
projected ACC standings.
Yeah.
Would you like?
Oh, I don't know.
Hold on.
Yeah. I don't know what you're asking.
We're holding.
Where's Florida State right now in the
power rankings?
in his projected ACC
Ooh.
standings?
Oh, wow.
So this
wow.
is
Judging by how many you counted, what is it, a 16-team league or 18-team league?
17,
17. Oh, that's right. 10th.
14th.
Oh, my
Oh,
gosh.
wow.
They're only ahead of Duke, Virginia, and Stanford.
K Ford. Boom,
They are projected
roasted.
to win three
No way. Conference games?
conference games.
Dude, that'd be funny.
three conference
That reminds me, I
games.
forgot
He's
to
gonna
look
ruin
at
the
the
tour.
Big Ten stuff for Nebraska
Oh, my
today.
God. Well, we'll share some of that.
Yeah,
We
I'm
got
looking
some
at
of
it
that.
right
We'll
now.
definitely
Nice.
share some of that
Okay.
today in the Grum. By the way, speaking of K Ford,
Yeah.
The chances that his numbers gave of Florida State starting the year 0-2 were 2%.
Wow.
So if you held that ticket, good on you.
Oh. Congratulations.
Good on you.
Yeah, indeed.
And
Nebraska's chance to win this week went up. Nice.
since the poll,
Hmm.
the AP poll started in 1936,
My wife likes the poll.
Florida State is the third team since the rankings expanded to 25 teams. It used to be a top 20 poll. Actually, for a handful of years, it was only a top 10 poll, believe it or not. But since they expanded to 25 and stayed that way in 1989, they are the third team
album.
to go from preseason top 10 to unranked after week 1. Now, it's kind of a caveat because
they played 2 games.
they played 2 games
But
already.
Michigan did it. I remember Michigan
After
the year
they lost to
App
Appy.
State. They dropped all the way out of the top 25.
And Clemson did it the following year in 2008. Who did they lose to in the first
They
game?
got boat raced by Bama. Like just murdered by Alabama.
Now, here's the difference.
That's mean to drop that far, though.
Michigan and Clemson each got votes the next week. Florida State got 0.
Yeah, they're bad, man.
Why
They're
is the AP the standard? Is that just because it was
Because it's
first?
been around the longest.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's nice to have that, consistent
Mhm.
mark of record.
That's
doesn't
why I like
determine
it. Yeah, some people are like, this shows that they should get rid of the preseason. I say, hell no, man. I like it. It doesn't matter, but it's also
No, it doesn't.
it's
That's the
a
thing.
great-
It doesn't matter
It's
anymore.
great for the record.
It doesn't matter.
It's
Now,
like Nebraska beat Purdue. That's important to know that Nebraska beat their first number 1 ranked team in basketball since the 80s.
Yeah.
Again,
Mhm.
like it's just a bunch of people voting. Who cares? That said, Josh Peterson for AP voter moving forward, though. My argument has long been all I do is sit on my couch all day watching football, but now I can't say that because I go to Minnesota.
Mhm.
Minnesota!
Watching whatever that is.
Minnesota, Rhode Island. It's a football game, Nick.
Is
Hokie
it?
Skur says, I don't know what's more embarrassing, FSU starting 0-2 or my Hokies losing to the doormat of the SEC.
I mean, when you were expected to beat both of the teams that you've played and you were complaining last year that you were left out
Florida
of the
State's more
playoff,
embarrassing.
This is
Vatek's not great. Florida State's more embarrassing. Though.
easily more embarrassing.
Yeah, for sure.
Easily more embarrassing. 402-951-1620, 42 degrees the source by your mom's.
Ooh, Zach reminds us it is El Assico week.
The Cyhawk game that I will get to watch, so I'm excited.
Nick
again.
will get to watch it at Blur.
Let's go.
I'm sure they'll have it on the TVs.
Definitely.
Unless someone says, nah, we'd rather just show that random Kansas State.
Do Husker fans cheer for Iowa State during the Cyhawk game? Is
Absolutely,
that what
they
happens?
do. Oh yeah, they'll be rooting against Iowa.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's a CBS game, Nick.
Oh. Hell yeah.
That'll be fun.
I love it.
You can also tweet at us at USC1620, JTech Construction Zone Twitter X feed. We did put up a poll question today.
Typical Bob Bishop.
No.
Is Nebraska awesome? Are they perfect? Is Dylan going to win
Well,
8 Heismans?
They do have a perfect record right now.
Nice. For the first time in 5 years.
That is true. But
Wow.
the question is, the line has settled in, Nebraska minus 7.5. What is your early prognosis on the rivalry game with Colorado? Will it be a nail-biter, an easy Big Red win, or the unthinkable?
Oh, God.
Well, if you can think it, then it's not really unthinkable, is it?
Wow, hard to argue with that.
Like
Nick.
unthinkable, I guess would be giant meteor, but I just thought it. So now it's not
Unthinkable
unthinkable.
implies that you don't want to think about it. That it is
the
something
non-thinkable.
It is something that you want to
That don't think about it.
that you can think about. You don't want to think.
Don't
about.
do it. Don't do it. Don't think about
And
it.
I sense there are many
You're
people in
thinking
this
about
state that don't want to think about what life would be like Sunday morn if Coach Prime and Swiss Family Prime waltzed out of here. Well, probably, whatever the dances they like to do, out of town with a win.
Don't worry. That's not going to happen. Nebraska's going to win. You don't even have to worry about it. It's going to be fine.
Oh, that's easy for you to say. You'll be 500 miles safely out of range.
Yeah, you're not going to be in crime town with us.
I'll
We're
be-
going to be
Yeah.
in the trenches.
I'll be back in Omaha on Sunday, though.
That won't do any good after all the riots happen.
It'll be fine. Venmo Chris says, you're telling me 2024 FSU is the new 0-2 Nebraska. Oh, what if they went 7-7 this year? Now, Nebraska did start undefeated, but then they got destroyed by Penn State, and then they lost to Iowa State and off to the races. they
How
went.
many people from last year did FSU lose?
A lot.
Yeah, that's quite a few.
That makes
of
sense.
players. A lot of players.
Well, more on that coming up in the hot take
More
market
on.
and a whole lot more. But Mike Farron's going to join us next.
I can't wait to see what he thinks about the first week
Baseball.
of college football and everything. And the NFL starts this week. Man, a lot of stuff to talk about with Mike.
You are terrible.
What? I'm excited that football's here. This
No,
is
you're
great.
not. You have to watch Minnesota.
Hey, I'll be on my hotel bed at 3:30.
Minnesota!
The thing I got to figure out is what I'm eating. That's always the issue. Like, what do I eat? And I'm just selling for hotel.
Why
food.
are you?
No, it's just more. I want to watch games.
But
So
I got to plan my meals.
it's not planning. It's more being stressed about.
You can
like,
get pizza delivered to your hotel
but
room.
it costs money.
All food costs money.
Yeah, I know, but I'd like to save as much as possible.
Well, what are you going to go to? Like a
Stop by somewhere like get
you gonna
Popeyes
go to
on
a
the way
food
to-
shelter or something?
No,
Can't
yeah, like,
what are
You
know,
can't
like-
expense it.
like
They
I
won't let
did-
you expense it.
I get a little money.
Well, there you go.
I did room service the other day.
Room
What?
service is so overrated.
See? Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Nick.
Hmm.
But I didn't have a car.
I've never experienced it.
You've never called down and said, "Could I have a burger?"
No,
Oh, yeah. It's pretty easy.
I'm not
It
up
is
on
very
that.
easy.
yeah, you
high
don't have to
horse.
do anything, which is nice,
I
but it
can't.
costs a lot of money.
I can't afford a $25 burger.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you wear shirts like that. How much did that shirt cost?
$40.
Good Lord. Let's talk to Farron.
1620 the zone.
Cross Strain Brewing Company, the official sponsor of One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone. Cross Strain Brewing Company, always evolving, trying to make every beer enjoyable, drinkable, and leave you asking, what are they going to do next? Join them at the original location in La Vista, downtown at their DraftWorks location, or be the hero at your tailgate this fall when you bring a Cross Strain brew with you. Find out what's on tap at KROSStrainbrewing.com. Cross Strain Brewing Company, where beer is never boring.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Two Pearl Jam shows.
Stibbs went to both Pearl Jam shows.
Yeah.
At Wrigley Field. You get kind of tired of doing the same songs all the time. I wonder if Stibbs would, like, if he could get invited up to stage and they could perform the Mike Farron
Oh,
Open
that would be awesome.
in front of 38,000 crazy lunatic fans at Wrigley Field. Oh, hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
I'm sure that's what everybody wants. I mean, personally, I would rather watch Stibbs do his own songs than Pearl Jam do anyone's songs. So.
Take that, Stibbs.
Farron versus Pearl Jam is now one
A
of
new
my
rivalry.
new favorite rivalries.
It's not a rivalry. Like, they suck.
Well, speaking of suck, so I was walking
Oh,
out.
you were going to talk about the Cubs? Because I was going to ask Josh. I was going to say, Josh, how insufferable was John last week when he was convinced the Cubs were going to make the playoffs until what happened yesterday?
Did I say much about the Cubs?
Honestly, sadly, Mike, he barely talked about that. He just rips on
Only
the Royals
day that
now.
they came back. Only the day that they came back from 7 runs.
You
down
were very
on the
excited
Chrome.
about that.
I was very excited about that. Other than that,
Mike, he's so negative. He just looks at things through a negative
no,
lens.
it is not negative.
Oh,
It's
the
like
Royals
Royals
suck.
fans.
It's
He
called
was jealous
realism.
of the
Like,
fact
for
that they've
example,
been
I was
good.
walking out of the stadium the other day, and I saw this little boy, and he was walking
Nebraska Stadium?
Yeah, after the UTEP game.
Memorial
And he was
Stadium.
wearing blue, and I just thought he was sad because it was UTEP, and he was like, I can't believe it. My team is bad. They're terrible. Everything's going to hell.
And
What are
what'd
we
you-
going to do?
what'd
And
you
I said, son, it's going to be okay. You know, they played a better team. Everything's going to be all right. And then he looked up, and I saw on his hat, he had a Royals logo. He had Royals logos on his hat. I said, oh, man, it's too bad there wasn't somebody out there who could have warned you that, hey, that schedule's getting tougher pretty soon, and bad things might happen.
Well, losing your first baseman and one of your best hitters and your closer on the same play probably is going to impact a number of teams. So,
Well, I mean, if they would have been playing the White Sox, I'm sure they wouldn't have gotten hurt in those situations.
are people still playing the White Sox?
I barely. It's like they don't even have to show up.
It's Mike, and we'll talk about this later in our show. They've lost 11 in a row, and so I was reading about them this morning, and it was like their third longest losing streak of the year, which is just a wild sentence to read about a team that you can lose 11 times in a row, and it's not the worst time your worst losing streak of the year.
So, in order to avoid 120 losses to get to 119, right, which was the 2003 Tigers, they have to go 12-11 the rest of the way.
Amazing.
And like, there's two things that are in play here, right? Because we've talked about the fact that, 121 would be the modern record for losses. But the other part is if they get to 123 losses, which is starting to feel like a real possibility, right? That's what they would have to go. Is it? Would they have 8 and 15 the rest of the way, right? Which would be pretty incredible for them to do that because they're not even playing at that percentage right now.
No.
But if they went 8 and 15, they would also set the modern record for fewest wins in a season. Because remember that Mets team had a game that was a tie and another one that was canceled.
Yeah, so they had 40.
So the White Sox are in position to potentially be the first team since the Cleveland Spiders in 1889 to win fewer than 40 games in a season. And that team, the owner basically legitimately stopped caring about the team, sold off all the parts midway through the season. I believe they had to play something like their last 70 or so games on the road. They didn't pay their rent. They were basically the Phoenix Coyotes, right? Like, they were just like, it was incredible. So, It's not good, man.
Well, yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Mike, because I just got a text sent to me by a friend, a tweet from Grant Bisbee that he sent out last night. The AL Central is 38 games under 500. The AL Central has 5 teams. 4 of them are over 500.
Yeah. Yeah. The White Sox are dragging down the rest of the division in a way that we couldn't have expected. But here we are.
Back on the Royals for a second. So, I mean, they're still in good shape to make the playoffs. We talked about this last week before the injury. Because the Red Sox haven't done anything really to gain any ground whatsoever. Nor of the Mariners. But so what does this hold long term? You know, we talk about all you have to do is get in the tournament, but just getting into the tournament without potentially your best offensive threat next to Bobby Witt Jr. and top relief pitcher. What do you make of the Royals postseason hopes now?
I mean, Ursig will be back by then. I mean, he's day to day right now and dealing with it. You know, he took a comebacker off the hand, right? So he's got like some numbness in that finger, and it will go away at some point, and he'll be back. Pasquantino, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, if he made it through the wild card round, I think it would be a possibility that he could return. He was supposed to have surgery, I think, today or tomorrow, and they were saying 6 to 8 weeks total on the injury. So. You know he's going to try and beat that, you know, and if part of it is like you can't get hurt any worse, can you handle the pain? My guess is Vinny's going to try and handle the pain. And listen, he's their best left-handed power option, but you know Sal Perez has had a really good year too. So I mean, and MJ Melendez has had a great second half, and Paul DeYoung has been outstanding since they got him at the trade deadline. So they have some other options there, but I mean, it certainly weakens their roster. I mean, if you're talking about a guy who, like, one of the hidden talents that Pasquantino has that doesn't necessarily show up right away. You know, if you're looking at home runs and RBIs and batting averages, that he walks more than he strikes out. Right? He's not a big strikeout guy. He's one of the few guys in that lineup that really is an on-base machine. And so, yeah, they would definitely miss it in a postseason series, but you know, they can win 2 straight games without him. That's what they would need to do in a wild card round. And I think their chances of winning the division are going to be a little bit more difficult. But this week they've got Cleveland again, and they have Minnesota coming up. And so it's another critical week for them. You know, and they picked a bad time to have a 6-game losing streak, but at least they had those 3 wins against Cleveland to open that series, which certainly helps. What does it put them at in this stretch? They're 4-8, right? And I think, what did we say? If they could go
500.
Yeah, well, even under 500, if they went 8-12, I think we felt like that would have been in pretty good shape, right? So
go 4-4 the rest of the way now in this stretch.
They can do that. That would be great. I mean, but I think even if you're at 3-5 or whatever, if you're starting to, you know, reset the look because they haven't really lost ground in the standings, like if you're playing a couple games under through the stretch, you'll be fine.
Mike, you mentioned the Cubs a few minutes ago. I read an article this morning that said, don't sleep on the Cubs. Was that a good opinion or a bad opinion?
It's an opinion. I mean, I think, listen,
it's legally defined as an opinion.
Their offense finally woke up, which I think, you know, I mean, I know most Cub fans are like, well, finally the bullpen is in decent shape after 4 months of nothing, but the offense was not anything to write home about for a while. So, you know, yesterday's game was an important one. I mean, they really had a chance to you know, make some noise. It could have been 2.5 back in the wild card race. And losing the game that they had isn't going to help. I think they're intriguing, I guess, down the stretch, but I believe they lost the season series to both the Mets and the Braves. So it just makes that lift even more. It makes it heavier because you can't finish in a tie with them. You have to beat them outright. So, you know, if their offense is going well, like that's a good sign. Justin Steele getting scratched tonight because of elbow soreness in favor of Kyle Hendricks isn't a great deal.
And they get a face Skeens tonight.
Oh, Paul.
Yeah, and they have to face Skeens, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, last night was a pisser.
What, Florida State game, or are you talking about the Cubs?
I'm talking about the Cubs.
My bad.
By the time I knew Florida State was losing, the game was over.
Yeah.
I was a very busy guy last night.
Yeah.
You was watching the Cubs?
No, I was listening.
What are you doing?
I had to go. Yeah, I had housework. We did some painting again. It's like the summer of painting. This
gross.
is terrible.
It's fall now, though.
Yeah, but I did make some great ribs yesterday, so I feel
that's
like
that's great. So
it made everything better.
At least you didn't have to fill up your solo cup with dog dew. and then delete your Twitter account.
No kidding. The race for the best record in baseball looks like it's going to be a National League race at this point.
Top 3 teams are all NL, right? With Milwaukee just behind the Phillies. There. So it's Dodgers, Phillies, Milwaukee. Yeah, they're probably going to have the best 3 records when all is said and done. I think it speaks to how good the top of that league has been, and I think how inconsistent the Yankees and Orioles have been here for much of the second half of the season. The Orioles have the current benefit of playing the White Sox, which is certainly helpful. Was last night, but I think it's probably one of those teams will end up as the top overall seed and be able to, if they can make it through to the World Series, be able to host it. But the Dodgers are starting to round into shape with their lineup. I think we talked about that last week. They really put a pounding on Diamondbacks pitching this week. I mean, that's a pretty good Diamondbacks team that they beat the heck out of this weekend. And I think it speaks to how deep their lineup is now that it's healthy and now that Muncy is back. Muncy's really the game changer for them because it just creates such depth. And then, Milwaukee is this team that kind of just keeps plugging along where like Tobias Myers has an ERA of 2.25 over his last 15 starts, right? Like, and you may be asking, who the hell is Tobias Myers?
Who the hell is Tobias Myers?
That is a darn good question. He's a guy that's been pitching for the Brewers. I mean, basically, like he came out of nowhere and has helped them save their season. And they're a fun offense. And remember, they're doing this without Christian Yelich, who was their best offensive player.
He was hurt a month ago or whatever it was. Forget about Yelich. Just going back to the beginning of the season, the Brewers being in this position, not necessarily winning the division, but being in the position where they could have the best record in the major leagues, has to rank as one of the biggest surprise stories of this season, right?
Absolutely. Especially when you consider the only guy who really has been in that rotation all year has been Freddie Peralta. I mean, that's Colin Ray, who has had a ton of injuries and pitched in Asia for a while, has come back and been pretty good for them. I mentioned Myers, like they've run a lot of guys through in that rotation. They had Dallas Keuchel for a while this year. Remember, like they have not had a consistent starting rotation in part because they traded Corbin Burns last winter because he's going to be a free agent after this year. And Brandon Woodruff is who they re-signed this winter, is out for the year with shoulder surgery. So they have had a very good bullpen again. They got a huge boost when Devin Williams came back. And they did that first 4 months of the season without their best reliever, right? Devin Williams, who was an all-star, was out. But Tyler McGill, was outstanding for them and is now healthy again and gives them some pretty great depth. They had a pretty solid bullpen last year. Most of those guys come back. And so like they're in really good position. And it's Tyler McGill. Yes. Starter.
You all right?
It's Tylor.
Tylor.
Yeah.
Tylor.
Parents these days, they just make up all kinds of different
It is a lot of
Look at Caden make his major league debut, for crying out loud.
Aiden.
Used to be a proper country, John.
Yes, I know.
Hey, Mike, I wanted to ask you about my favorite baseball player, and that's Shohei Ohtani, because I don't feel like I've asked him about yeah, exactly. I don't think I've asked about him in like a month. So it's my monthly Shohei question because he's about
I think you asked about him last week.
Did I? All right.
He could ask about him every week at this point.
Thank you, Mike. He's about to play in his first playoffs. It's going to be awesome. Is he pitching aside because he's not pitching this year? Is this the best version of Shohei that we have seen so far?
I mean, as an offensive player, I don't think
his ERA is 0.
Yeah.
Bob Gibson
run all year.
Yeah, that's true. Bob Gibson never did that. Very good point.
I mean, I think offensively, it's like I believe he leads the National League in wins above replacement. In Fangraph's version of it, at least. And to do that as a designated hitter is really hard because that statistic takes into account your defensive value. You get added, marks and wins for good defense, and he's not playing any defense at all. And so that shows you how dominant an offensive force he's been, is that when you've got guys like Francisco Lindor that are in that mix, or Ellie De La Cruz, or Ketel Marte before he got hurt, those guys are really good defenders. Marte's having a terrific defensive season in particular. And so Ohtani is better than them, even if it's by just, decimal points, just on his offense. So, yeah, I think it's the best version we've seen. And we've never seen anybody go 50-50, and we're going to see that, I think, at some point this month. I mean, he is, 4 stolen bases and 6 homers shy of being the first ever player with 50 stolen bases and 50 homers in a season. Like, that's remarkable. That, to me, is more remarkable than if he were to win the Triple Crown. Like, we've never seen anything like that, and we've never seen really anything like Shohei.
Francisco Lindor has a WAR of 7, Ohtani 6.6. So once again, the Ohtani oxygen just being sucked out of the room. Poor Francisco Lindor can't catch a break.
Sorry, Francisco.
Francisco Lindor, here's my favorite Francisco Lindor fact. Do you know he has not been an all-star as a Met?
How long has he been with the Mets?
4 years?
5
years? I mean, this is one of the best players in the game. Well, he hasn't been voted on an all-star team. 21 was his first season there, and he had a really rough first half. 23, he had a rough first 2 months when the players voted, and they selected as a reserve Geraldo Perdomo of the Diamondbacks over Lindor, even though their numbers looked very different by the time they got to the all-star game. And it was kind of a similar case this year, where the first month or 6 weeks of the season weren't great for Lindor, and the players decided that there were better options than that. I think that's amazing, because Lindor is an MVP caliber player most years, and yet he hasn't made an all-star team as a Met. He made it plenty of times in Cleveland.
Yes.
But the fact that he's been there for 4 years now and hasn't had a single all-star appearance is kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, given his WAR especially.
Well, you famously picked Nebraska 7-5 last week. Do we dare ask?
Oh, is he already got to upgrade it?
No. Do we dare ask the native Bears fan to lobby a prediction for the Chicago Football Bears?
Are they going to the
win
playoffs
at least 5 games this year?
Oh, that'd be a bummer if it was only 5, though.
It's a tough division.
They're going to make the playoffs, aren't they, Mike?
No,
people are
in that division.
Dude, people are very much in on the Bears this year.
Yeah, that's scary.
Packers and Lions are really good.
Oh, I know they are.
And there's other teams in the NFC too.
They're not.
I guess the Bears taking the Cowboys' place in the playoffs, that'd be okay.
Wouldn't
the
surprise
Bears go last year. The Bears were 7-10, I think, right?
Yeah, and now
were they
have
that good?
They have an actual quarterback.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Well, we think they do.
Yeah,
they had an actual quarterback in preseason.
Yeah.
So the big concern for me, somebody puts, because I'm not, me, I'm your big bad football daddy, but a buddy of mine posted this, and just looking at the quality of offensive lines that were returning for every team. And the Bears were down at the bottom, which is just a very good reminder that that while everybody wanted to blame Justin Fields, it was very difficult for him to settle into his role when he was running for his life every Sunday.
That is true.
Very
And
fair.
that is my concern with Caleb Williams too, is that he is going to be, now he might have enough weapons around him and be talented enough to overcome it. If that happens, it'll be the first time in 80 years that the Bears have had that happen.
It's so wild.
So more than 80 years.
All the stats that they show, Mike, where it's like, this would be the first time a Bears quarterback has thrown this number of touchdowns or this many yards. And it's like stuff that would have been good in like 2002.
I mean, they've never had a 4,000-yard basket, right? So like there was a great Ringer article when Fields was drafted and before the opening day, his first year, that went through all the Bears quarterbacks since Sid Luckman. You can find it. It's like 45 of them.
It's incredible.
And it is the most depressing thing that you have ever read as a football fan. So, again, and I know Jim McMahon led him to a Super Bowl and Rex Grossman led him to a Super Bowl, but statistically, Jay Cutler is the best Bears quarterback of my lifetime.
Wild.
And I'm almost 50.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Bears fans much older than Mike
who also would say
that. Yeah.
Jay Cutler was
there are ones who are 80 years old who would say that because Sid Luckman was retired then.
Yeah. I mean, do you know who the Bears quarterback was when they won the 63 championship?
Is that Bobby Wade?
Yes.
was going to guess Y.A. Tittle.
But
I
it's
don't even
not
know if he
like
played
it's
there.
not like one of these names that
Yeah.
Y.A. Tittle, Unitas, whatever.
Yeah.
He was just another journeyman, just average dude.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they've had a lot of below average dudes, though.
Oh, many below average.
I mean, Jim Miller and Eric Creamer, I think, would have been pretty good if he hadn't had the back injury. He had one really good season with them, and then
he did.
had a brutal back injury. But Eric Creamer had a decent season once upon a time.
Did Jeff George have a cup of coffee with the Bears?
No, he went to Illinois.
Harbaugh did, obviously.
Harbaugh was drafted by the Bears.
Yeah.
Somebody said I thought he was with the Colts first.
No. Colts later.
Colts later.
Colts at the end. That's when he was Captain Comeback. Was Colts. That was after he bounced around for a while. I think he'd been to the Chargers before.
And then he went to the Colts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh no, it's bad. Like for every Jonathan Quinn, there's a Cordell Stewart to make you Caleb Haney about the Rusty Lishes.
Cade McNown, nice drop there
Cade
from
McNown.
Shane. Yeah.
Bob Avellini.
Bob Avellini, Vince Evans, Bobby Douglas.
Bobby Douglas.
Wow.
Mike Tomczak. Mike Tomczak started a lot of games for the Bears.
Because
undrafted free agent Ohio State.
Like, who was the quarterback the year that Mike Brown had those 2 pick sixes in back-to-back weeks?
Rex. That was Rex Grossman.
No, a few years before that. Rex was in college.
Shane Matthews.
Shane Matthews, that's who it was.
It was Shane Matthews.
Games.
Shane Matthews and
they were good that year.
Jim Miller, I think, didn't Shane Matthews have to take the reins because Miller got hurt?
It could. Who knows? I don't know.
Let's see. Jim Miller started 13 games that year.
Yeah.
13
so Matthews led the big comebacks against San Francisco and Cleveland. Shane Matthews, former Florida legend, great dude, great football mind, really smart quarterback, had a wet noodle arm. Like, that was Shane Matthews' problem, was that he couldn't throw the ball down the field. But like everything else about it, and people loved him at Alice Hall. Like, players loved him, teammates loved him. Shane Matthews was like a legit, like, really smart football guy that lacked one fairly important physical skill for playing quarterback.
And that was the last to throw.
That was the last year
in
old Soldier Field before they turned it into a spaceship.
Yes, that was the last year of that. That was the Miracle 13-3 team.
They were so much fun that year.
The best. I mean, this is the other part. Is like, until DJ Moore showed up, like, you could make an argument that the best Bears receiver of my lifetime is Marty Booker. Marty Booker was pretty good. But Marty Booker had a great year that year. He was really good. Like, the best Bears receiver of all time is Johnny Morris, who was a sports anchor for years and years in Chicago afterwards, and just showed up at House Hall the other day. He's like 85, and he hasn't aged. He looks terrific. It's so cool to see. Like, I watch Johnny Morris do the sports every night on CBS. He was great.
What about Brian Bashnagel?
Brian Bashnagel, great punt returner, number 84. Yeah. Brian Bashnagel was the best receiver on those bad Walter Payton teams.
It is scary how many random Bears names I know, and I try to avoid watching Bears games since the 80s, the mid 80s. I tried to avoid watching Bears games because they're just so unwatchable.
I noticed you couldn't pull any out of the mid 90s or 2000s or 2010s, so you have to go back to.
Yeah, I do. My memory's better in that way. All right, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Thank you, Mike.
My pleasure. Go Bears.
Good to talk to you, Mike.
Gentry ruled, Shane. Loved Dennis Gentry.
Nice.
Dennis Gentry. Wow.
Gentry with a T.
Yes,
29. Great receiving running back. Played in the slot. He was terrific. He was on the Super Bowl team. Totally underrated player. Not an every down wide receiver, though. He wasn't even as good as Dennis McKinnon.
Who was the fullback who blocked for Walter?
Oh, Matt Suey.
Suey. That's right. I was trying to remember the old Penn State guy.
It's my guy, Matt Suey. Love Matt Suey.
Matt Suey.
Penn State.
All right. We will continue. We got more to come.
Bye, Mike.
We got to look back at Saturday because Nebraska won a football game.
Let's do it.
With not a noodle-armed quarterback.
That's true.
But first, a reminder that at America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel, you get an offer. It's too good to pass up.
What?
Right now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. This allows you the ability to watch any out-of-market regular season Sunday afternoon game. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. But the first 3 weeks, you get them free, and all it takes is a $5 bet. So if you're a FanDuel customer, great, you're good to go. But if not, go to FanDuel.com/1620.
John, we were just talking about one of the teams that might be on our televisions this week, and that is the Bears. Maybe you are someone like John that says, I've been trying to avoid them since the 80s, and you want to watch a different game at noon? Well, again, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620, you bet $5, you can get 3 weeks of free trial action of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV, and then you don't have to watch the Bears unless you're good this year. And then it'll be fun to watch the Bears. Whatever you do, just go to FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Well, here we are. We're an hour and 21 minutes into the Grum. We
Seriously.
haven't even given us our thoughts on Saturday. But I'd say I wasn't surprised by a whole lot. I think if there was one thing I would mildly consider myself surprised in, and that was Nebraska's running game looked very competent.
Better than I expected.
It's still, I still don't think it has a true home run threat, But
Thought the Emmett Johnson long run showed that, right? Like good run, gained 40 yards, but didn't have the speed to pull away.
And I know Matt Rule has talked about wanting this, and I'm sure, and I know they're recruiting towards it. But for this year, a serviceable running game might be all you need, as long as you can go to it when you need it. And I think they're going to need it this Saturday. You're going to want to, take a little bit of a page out of North Dakota State's playbook and keep that Colorado offense off the field, keep your defense well rested. I think they can do that. Now, I don't want to blow smoke up anyone's you-know-what. Colorado's defense isn't that good. So we may still not get a great look at what is the capability of this Nebraska running game.
Well, hell, if that's the case, then we might not see that for a while this year then.
Oh, I think, again, Illinois will give a good, a decent view. And, Colorado did slow down NDSU in the second half. I will give credit where credit is due. But, but outside of that, I can't sit back here and say, man, anything surprised me. But it was nice to see Dylan carry over a lot of the things that we've seen in practice and we've seen on tape over to actual gameplay and, just look really, really
Would
good.
you say you're pleasantly unsurprised?
Yeah. Sure.
Travis writes, thoughts on Saturday's game? Good game, not a lot of stress, a lot of positives, a few things to work on, but now it's time to embrace the hate. Yeah, I thought Nebraska would win. I did not think they would cover. I thought that they would allow more points. I didn't think it'd look as clean as it did. But they have 3 penalties,
It did. I mean, but that flag on the opening kickoff was like, how do you get a blindside block on a kickoff that was a touchback? But no, it was a fairly clean game. I thought they did a great job after the turnover of turning right back around and getting the safety, which at that point the game was kind of sluggish.
Correct. Nebraska had some nice drives, but it only scored 1 touchdown. And then they were able, that was just everything changed after that. And they, by the time that the first drive in the second half finishes up, they're up by 30 points and the game's over.
Yeah.
I've got a thing that I've noticed that might start getting annoying as the season progresses.
What's that?
Both the broadcast team mentioned this, and I've seen this on social media and fans starting to pick up on how much that Dylan Raiola looks a little Mahomey in the way he throws and stuff. Do you think that could turn into an annoying talking point?
I would not let it annoy me if Nebraska's quarterback is getting compared to the best player in the NFL.
No, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't like Mahomes, okay.
But if he plays like Mahomes, you'll take that.
John, I went into the game because I didn't watch it live. And so I followed it on Twitter during commercial breaks at the game I was at. And I knew that the Mahomes talking point was like a thing that people were annoyed by. But I say embrace it. It's like, oh, he's like getting compared to the best player in the NFL. That's awesome. He does look like him. He throws like him. He does.
Now, do you think that could set a weird standard, though?
He already has the weird standard, Nick.
I mean, you're a 5-star quarterback.
That's
You're
fair.
brought in to be the savior of the program. You already have a certain standard. I mean, it's very easy. Red uniform, number 15. They have kind of a similar
Throws
build.
it sideways.
He works with the same crew.
Keep in mind, other quarterbacks have done that. I mean, Brett Favre made a living out of that, and maybe the greatest sidearm pass in Super Bowl history was thrown by Matthew Stafford, who happens to be his godfather, by the way.
Correct, yeah.
But I mean, there are certain mannerisms, but embrace it. If he's gonna look like it, if he's gonna play like it, big whoop. Who cares? Please, more. Give me more.
Yeah,
is what I would say if I were a Husker fan. But I did want to talk about the defense because it's a good game by the defense against an offense that, while it's not great, obviously, still you went in a little bit blind as to exactly what you were going to do. And when you play that fast, we saw it on their 1 touchdown drive that it can be it can be hard to defend.
That's what I thought was going to happen more than once. I thought they would have at least 2 drives where they kind of went down the field.
Right.
It was just that 3-play drive. Otherwise, they were great against them.
Things I'll be keeping track of this year, havoc rate. Havoc plays are plays where it's a forced fumble, it's a pass breakup, it's a tackle for loss, which of course includes sacks, or an interception. 26% of UNLV's plays resulted in havoc.
UTEP's plays.
UTEP's plays. Sorry. That's the third best havoc rate under Tony White in the last 2 years.
Behind which games?
Northwestern and
Purdue?
Maryland, believe it or not.
Oh, interesting.
Also, under 6 yards per play allowed, only 4.1 yards per play allowed. White's defenses
This is a wild
have
stat.
still not allowed a game of 6 yards per play or greater.
Yeah, when you tweeted that out this weekend, I couldn't believe it. Mainly because of the Michigan game,
And they missed out. They missed that one.
Yeah.
But so I wanted to go back and compare to previous eras of Nebraska defensive football. And so far, 0 games of allowing 6 yards of play or more under Tony White. Under Kevin Cosgrove with the Bill Callahan era, 16 out of 49 games.
Okay.
And Nebraska's record in those games was 3-13. In the Pelini era, they allowed 22 games of 6 yards or more in 94 total games. Their record was 8-14. In the Riley era, 16 in 38.
Yikes.
5-11 was the record. And in the Frost era, 17
the Chenander era. Sorry, keep going.
17 in 56 games. They were just 2-15. So it's an important marker in that if Nebraska gives up 6 yards or more, their chances of winning are about 30%.
Yeah.
And Tony White's defenses haven't given up one of those games yet. Not Colorado last year.
Not Michigan last year.
Michigan last year.
Not anything else last year.
Not anything.
And man, like
last
this
year.
is such another great reminder because people say, okay, John, cool, but they're still 6 and 7 in those games. They are. But if they can get serviceable offense, and Saturday
that's all they needed.
Was definitely more than serviceable. But if they can get serviceable offense instead of bottom of the country
Why
offense.
do you think we identified mid-pack with 5,000 yards, 46 touchdowns? That's mid-pack.
By the way,
if Nebraska could just be average.
And what was the number? 500 and how many yards for the offense?
Over 500 yards of offense.
That certainly correlates to it.
By the way, this is the longest streak, 13 straight games of holding the opponent to 6 yards a play or under since 2008 to 2010. Basically the entire 2009 season. 21 straight games of 6 games per play or less. Also, just 205 yards of offense allowed. That's the third fewest yards against the Tony White Blackshirt defense.
And again, that's wild because whatever it was, 60 some odd yards was on that 3-play drive. So
Correct.
Other than that, they just stifled them.
They
entire
stifled
game. Entire game.
On the offense, they averaged 6.1 yards per play. That would have been the third best game all of last season.
Stunned that would have only been the third best. I would have guessed that it would have been the first best.
Yeah. This was kind of an interesting poll. So Nebraska attempted 36 pass attempts. Obviously, not all of them were Dylan. Most of them were.
Yeah.
But they averaged 7.89 yards per attempt. Okay. That is the best yards per attempt with a minimum of 36 pass attempts since the Northwestern game in Ireland in 2022 when they had Casey Thompson at the trigger.
And the onside kick.
But Nebraska's only had 4 such games where they've attempted at least 36 passes and they've averaged at least 7 yards per attempt since 2018. Saturday was the first time Nebraska won a game like that since Purdue in 2017.
And that was a late comeback.
And that was that ugly game.
It sucked.
At Purdue.
Yeah.
And just on penalties and turnovers, just +1 in turnovers and 41 fewer penalty yards than UTEP.
It was very clean. Like you said, you had the one on the kickoff, but otherwise it was a very, very clean game.
It's the first time Nebraska's been in the positive in both of those categories in an opener since 2012.
Yeah. And I mean, it makes sense, right? That all of those things happened and the game was a laugher. And it was, by halftime, it was over,
Yeah.
And that you didn't have any of those feelings, any of the weird vibes in the second half, that it was just that one, they drive down, they fumble the ball, but then the safety, and then suddenly the game, I mean, it was literally over after that. It's like, wow, they really were able to pull away and just make it so comfortable that, the stat that's been going around, of course, of all the players that have played, over 100 guys are getting on the field. It's the exact kind of opener that you want. No injuries, a bunch of players play, 3 quarterbacks get out there on the field. You see good things from all 4 running backs, and of course, the wide receivers are really standout players. And Dylan was who we thought he could be. It was exactly what you would want in an opener. It's exactly the vibes that you want going into the Colorado game this week.
No, I would agree. And there'll be plenty on the Colorado game this week. We've got our hot take market coming up. Brunts will be pushed back a few minutes. He'll be joining us next hour.
Yes.
So we'll move the hot take market up from week 1. If you want to add week 0, I suppose you could too. But
Perfect.
week 1 hot take market.
Chance says most relaxed I've been in a Nebraska football game since I was in college, and Bo was winning 9 games a year. In a while.
Yeah, they really didn't have any of those games last year. I mean, Louisiana, Northern Illinois was Louisiana,
even
Tech.
Purdue last year, they dominated that game, but they were stupid at various points, and
Right.
suddenly, they're allowing touchdowns.
Yeah, this is the combination of actually adding some semblance of offense to what has been a really good defense.
Most comfortable win since the Northwestern game in 2001. Most comfortable non-conference win, in my opinion, since the Bethune-Cookman game back in 2018. Because even some of those wins in 2021, the year they beat Northwestern, like those, the Buffalo game was weird for a while, and I can't remember what the other one was, but that was even weird for a while. I would say this is the best game front to back that they have had since Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah.
And that was, 6 years ago now.
Yeah. You want to add your thoughts, you can, 402-951-1620. You can also hit us up, Joe Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620 or Equitable Bank Inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. Because at Equitable, they take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. I think we've given Nick more than enough time to see if he still has all of the hot take market stuff.
Yeah.
Have you found it?
Yeah.
Nice.
I found it a while ago.
Good job, Nick.
Thank you.
Proud of you.
Good. I just wanted to give you plenty of time.
Proud of you.
On the zone. time for some hot takes, but a reminder that 1620, the email, is your place for exclusive content and coming soon. What?
I just love the way you said
coming soon.
Soon.
You may pay to be a member of our family. And by the way, I mean, we're not going to spam you. No. It's free. All of it. So sign up today. Go to 1620thezone.com.
Exclusive early access.
Well, you were the most excited to go to the hot take market. You obviously needed to get something off the shelf. What is it?
All right. I want to start with the hot take that I believe. And for those of you who are new, we do a hot take we believe, a hot take we could be talked into, though sometimes we'll flip it around or whatever. A lot of discourse about Clemson this weekend. We haven't mentioned Clemson yet. They got boat raced by Georgia. Didn't look very good. Of course, a lot of the conversation regards the transfer portal and how they have gotten stuck in their ways. My hot take that I believe, Clemson cannot fix themselves through the portal. This is not a portal issue, John. I saw a tweet from Matt Hinton, who covers college football, and mentioned that they are 5th in 24/7, the team talent composite. They have a 5-star quarterback as a second-year starter. As Matt pointed out, blue chips all over the field. Can't be a developmental program that fails to develop. That's the issue. The issue is not that they are stubborn. The issue is they're not developing like they did. And yeah, it really, really helped when they had Deshaun Watson, and when they had Trevor Lawrence. One was a first overall draft pick, but another one was a first-round draft pick at quarterback. They were awesome. Their defensive line, full of future pros. Wide receiver room, awesome. You know why they beat Alabama? They weren't recruiting like Alabama. They developed at an incredibly high level. Dare I say, John, like the modern era, a lot of Nebraska to what they were doing, where they were recruiting very, very well, but they were not recruiting at the Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama level. The problem is that they have been the issues have been magnified since Trevor Lawrence moved on. DJ obviously has a whole host of issues, as we're seeing right now with Florida State, but their quarterback situation is still not fixed, in my opinion, at this moment in time. And I would say this. I think this is scarier for Clemson that it's not just a portal issue. If you can't develop like you did, and it makes sense, they don't have the coordinators from that era of football anymore. Those guys are gone, including one being the head coach of Oklahoma. That is a scarier fix than they're stubborn and not going into the portal. So that's my first
We're
hot
shopping
take.
in the same aisle because it's funny. Today, there's an article, former friend of the Grum, remember this name, Doug Farrar?
Yes!
He's now writing for Athlon Sport. And his story was entitled, Dabo Swinney's desire for a bygone era will ruin Clemson football. So he has jumped all in on this. Well, you refuse to go into the portal, and this is going to be your ruin. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rhetorical spectrum, there's a story in The Athletic today by Florida State writer Manny Navarro. FSU's 0-2 start proof Mike Norvell needs to pick up pace on high school recruiting. Can we please stop? Can we please stop with this utter nonsense? Can we stop taking our presidential politic extremism and bringing it into college sports? Oh my God, this team doesn't portal. They're going to suck forever. They're terrible. Oh my God, this team portals too much. They're going to suck. It's people. It's
middle of the road, John. Got to go down the middle of the road.
Middle of the aisle.
How about the part of the road that's not careening off over a cliff and down a hill like Clemson and Florida State seem to be doing right now? Folks, there's a lot of different things that go into place. Can Dabo certainly adapt? Absolutely.
Of course he can. They can portal more.
Can Mike Norvell also start to focus on his high school recruiting? Of course he can. You've got to have a plan that works well for you.
Yep.
The problem with Clemson is they've been trending this way for a while. This isn't just a one-off. They have been trending in this direction. The problem with Florida State is I think they have been so caught up in the Florida State of it all and all the nonsense happening behind the scenes trying to escape the ACC.
I couldn't agree more.
And then whining and going on and on. Yeah, do I think they got hosed last year and got left out of the playoff?
Sure.
Absolutely I do.
But you got to move forward.
But you got to move on at some point and use that to your advantage. Neither of these programs have been able to do that. So please keep your extremist nonsense out of this. Believe me, if Matt Rule could build his program with having to go into the portal as little as possible, he would do it.
Well, I think that's what
He
his
most
goal is, right?
absolutely
I
would
think
do
they're
it.
such an
Just
interesting,
like Georgia.
Just like Georgia. Nebraska is such an interesting test case. I think that, they're, and this is veering off a little bit, but the players that they've gotten from the portal are going to be impact guys, right? And we saw two of them in particular at wide receiver and maybe a third in Dowdell. Those guys could be impact players. But you look at everywhere else, the line outside of Ben Scott, very much homegrown talent. The defense, a lot of homegrown talent.
Absolutely.
The portal is about plugging holes. It's just like you don't want your favorite NFL team, in my opinion. I don't want the Cowboys to be built through free agency. I want that to be a supplemental piece to building the franchise. Otherwise, I want it to be guys that you drafted, and trading for players is certainly okay too, but you want a little bit of everything. You want a little bit of everything. You got a second one?
Well, it's not so much a hot take, but I do like shopping in the candy aisle. And boy, was it sweet on Sunday night when everyone's favorite Cajun, Brian Kelly, who, by the way, if you may have noticed at the end of the game, there was the assistant coach for LSU that kept throwing his hands up on the sidelines during the targeting penalty.
Diakomania.
Did you recognize him? You may have not recognized him because he wasn't wearing Argyle. But yes, that was our good buddy Diakomania. But maybe what you didn't see, here was Brian Kelly after the game on Sunday night.
Is it disappointing when those guys perform and you don't get a victory? Hell yes. Hell yes. I mean, and that's what I said to the team. I said, we had some guys played their butts off tonight, and we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over. And I'm so angry about it that I got to do something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach. And I got to coach him better because it's unacceptable for us not to have found a way to win this football game. It's ridiculous. And it's crazy.
By the way, I don't know if you could understand that through the very thick Cajun dialect.
Hard to understand than Ed Orgeron.
But he was mad. And
do you think he was mad? Like, I thought he was fake mad. Jippy says the same.
What? Brian Kelly faking something?
I just want to make sure that you were seeing it correctly. Yeah, that was fake as hell.
Really? Brian Kelly moving into a situation and having to fake something
to
try to ingratiate himself to the people.
Tough look.
I have never seen that before.
Tough look for me for thinking he would be better than this. Tough look. My hot take that I could be talked into. I'm not going all the way with this one. Ohio State, they got off to a sluggish start. Oregon, what the hell? I mean, they had 1 million yards, but not very many points. Michigan did not look very good versus Fresno State.
Ooh, and they started a former walk-on at quarterback.
Yeah, so like you know where I'm going. Like the signs are there that one, if not all of those teams have like these huge blaring signals that are going to signify like, oh man, the signs were all there in week one. Obviously, the reason I'm not willing to go all the way there though is it was indeed week one. Ohio State was easily able to pull away. Again, Oregon had so many yards. They were successful in the game, just they weren't successful at finishing those drives. We've always thought, at least I did, I think you did, Michigan was going to win on defense this year. They're not going to win because their offense is awesome. So, like, on one hand, I want to say, yeesh, what happened? On the other hand, I want to say, it's week one, weird stuff happens, and in the case of Michigan, they are kind of who I thought they were. So, not willing to go all the way. But if these teams do struggle, I'll just, remind people that I did kind of call it back in week one. One of the exercises I did on Sunday was that I went and watched a lot of highlights and stuff from a bunch of games basically that I missed and just tried to really take in the sport. Like Miami certainly jumped out with their dominant performance. I saw Clemson get the crap kicked out of them. And then I'd watched some of the Michigan game that night. But seeing like Ohio State, it's just like, I don't know. It's fun to watch games like that, but it's also you want the bigger picture of the games too. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of these teams in the weeks to come.
There you go. There's a trip to the
hot take market.
Market.
Nice.
More on week one, because there were a lot of interesting things that took place a little bit later on
Yes.
in the Grum. But I did want to get to some of what Matt Rule had to say yesterday, because he had plenty to say about what Dylan did on Saturday and about the Colorado rivalry. And I mean, maybe Matt Rule has turned over a new leaf. You remember last year how loose-lipped he was, how he kept saying, "Oh man, that Prime, he's a real jerk. He can't coach."
I know.
He
changed his
schemes,
tune.
He changed, and Matt Rule was just like so genteel and so very careful.
Yep.
They're like walking on eggshells, like we all do around Coach Prime. And if you couldn't tell, folks, I was being sarcastic. Don't worry, Colorado. If you want bulletin board material,
we'll give it to you.
We'll give it to you all week long.
Yes.
1620 The Zone.
The harder you get coached, the more we have to then coach.
The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man.
We're going to absolutely murder you. I just think grass is better. Our kids, they're on an iPad nowadays. They're on their phone. They're doing something, and there's just not a lot of frustration in their everyday lives. it's 4th and goal every single day in our building. A lot of times coaches will say, like, hey, we're going to keep it vanilla. We're not doing that. It's painful right now. It's painful. It's painful.
If we die, we die.
Well, they didn't die on Saturday.
No, UTEP did. And that poor kid in the Royals hat.
Tried to warn him that, hey, man, you guys are going to play some good teams. Might fall apart. But here's some Matt Rule highlights from yesterday, as we also now start to look ahead to Saturday against Colorado. And a reminder that we will be bringing you pregame coverage here on the Zone. I don't want to hear it from you.
I said I could do it from my hotel.
No,
Yours
we're gonna
truly
be
and
down in-
Connor Happer, and yours truly and Connor Happer with Nick Grimm only.
Martyr
on
Baton.
1620 The Zone.
Martyr
We're gonna be in
Baton.
Lincoln. We're gonna be in Lincoln doing a pre, and you're not gonna be there for it.
Yeah, well, I'll be I'll be listening.
You'll be listening to the pre, thinking.
Well,
of
I'll
the
be
pre.
watching. I'll be on zonetv.live
And
watching.
don't forget, we'll also have live post game,
Probably YouTube
which is the
like
part
comment.
that Josh really is going to miss.
I am
after
sad.
the game from the North Bottoms. And if you check out our social, we do have a map showing you where we're going to be for post game. If you happen to
perfect.
be in the area and you want a place to come by and say hi and
that
celebrate,
and say bye-bye to Colorado
Yeah.
and Coach Pry.
Prime.
You're basically Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Nick.
But here's what Matt Rule had to say yesterday, talking about, in general, his thoughts on Saturday's win over UTEP, but that one game is good, but we must rinse.
There is another.
And repeat.
To play the way we played last week and have 3 penalties, I mean, that was a step in the right direction for the University of Nebraska. But we got to do it again. And so if I start going all these different things, but that being said, I'm human. There's times I say I believe in this, and even I will jump away from it and be like, hey, we got to, I just haven't found that that's always worked. It might work once or twice a year, and at moments it might work. But, I think really just, especially in today's society where like everything motivational is already, especially when you're in Nebraska, everything motivational is already on Twitter. Like everyone's, excited, which is great. I'm just going to keep bringing the guys back to like, hey guys, let's execute. Let's play third down. Let's protect the football. Let's not fumble on the 7-yard line. Like for all we've talked about not fumbling, we fumbled on the 7-yard line. And so we have a lot more work to do here.
I mean, it really was hard to nitpick too much, but coaches are really good about nitpicking those things, but also keeping it into perspective. This was one game against an overmatched opponent.
It really was the best case scenario for a game. You win, it's comfortable, there are no injuries, but enough dumb little things happened that were bad that you can say we can't do that again.
Right.
They cannot, like, John, there was the drop on the deep ball. Was that the first drive of the game that could have been an early touchdown for Nebraska that wasn't caught in the end zone? Ends up not mattering. But if you beat Colorado, if you beat one of those defenders and you drop a pass that is that open on this Saturday, that could come back to haunt you. It didn't this past one, but it could in future ones. And so again, it was the best case scenario in that like they won and everyone was comfortable, but you can always be better.
Here was Matt Rule on Dylan's first game.
I thought he was clean in the pocket, protected the football, and still showed a level of aggressiveness that we want. So gave his guys a chance. I mean, like I said, 8 seconds left. We took a shot at the end zone, and I mean, we want to try to go make those plays. So I thought he did a really nice job. In terms of this weekend, kind of the basis of our program is we don't treat any game differently than another. In terms of our preparation, if you prepare more this week than you did last week, then what were you doing last week? So Dylan he'll double down on his process and practice hard and get ready for the game and go out and play.
I don't know if this has been mentioned yet, but the touchdown at the end of the first half to Banks, there's 8 seconds left on the clock. They have one play left.
Yeah.
If they want to take a shot for the end zone. And you heard Matt Rule say, this is what we want to be. And this was the thing that last year we were very critical of in the Maryland game, because it was that same mindset that he had on 3rd and goal from the 4 to have his third string quarterback throw one up for the end zone. And of course it was intercepted. Nebraska loses the chance at the field goal. Maryland drives the field, kicks the game-winning field goal. Ball game. And a lot of people, including us, were like, whoa.
What are you doing?
What are you doing here?
You cost yourself a win.
Now, Matt Rule is going to say, hey, this is what we want to be as a program. And that's great. But you got to understand the personnel that you have.
Mm-hmm.
He now has
the guy who can do that.
The guy who can do that and showed he could do that.
And it's not even
in
just
a moment like that on Saturday.
It's not even just his arm, right? It's the way in which
it's
everything,
the placement,
and that it's just he's comfortable. That there was no panic. Now, when I watched the game, I knew what was about to happen. I knew that they're about to score, and yet it is still kind of surprising when you know going in what is going to happen because of how calm everything seemed. And look, I mean, Nick already brought it up, so I guess let's do one more Mahomes comparison. Andy Reid, for the longest time, was this coach that was criticized for clock management.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think that Andy Reid is that much better at clock management today, or does he have a quarterback out there who knows what he's doing at the highest of levels? And again, I know who I'm comparing Dylan Raiola to in this moment in time, but like that stuff does matter. When you have the person who is going to move all the pieces around on the field, that's going to have the ball in his hands every single play. If he knows what he's doing, everybody else, then their level of play is going to get to raise up because of that. And I thought we saw that at the end of the first half. Because last year I was very critical of that. And this time it's like, wow, like now, John, halves are going to come to an end. And the mindset that people are going to have is going to be different than what it was. Where it used to be, God, can you just go into the half and not do anything dumb? And now I think people are going to want them to be a little bit more aggressive because I think they're going to trust the quarterback. You know, he's still got other tests to pass, but I think that's going to be the mindset.
Well, the opponent that they have this week will have that same mindset because there's no coach in America who trusts his quarterback more than Deion Sanders does. And that's partially because it's his son, but also because
he's good.
He's pretty doggone good.
Yeah.
Here's Matt Rule on Shedeur.
Well, he's got a big time arm. You know, he can use all 53 1/3 yards of the field, right? He can throw the ball from sideline to sideline. He's got a great feel for the pocket. He moves in the pocket. He can hurt you with his feet, but he slides in the pocket to find guys that are open. He's got excellent weapons around him. They ran the ball well this past game. And he's courageous and tough. He's an elite competitor. You're probably facing two of the first 5 guys drafted in the draft this week, so he'll certainly be up there.
It is kind of sobering when you think about that, but there's a very good chance that 2 out of the first 5 guys taken in the NFL draft will be on the field, both wearing black and gold and white.
Yes.
And Sanders last week, I thought, I mean, here again, here's a guy who last year took 7 sacks, but went 31 of 42 for 393 yards. And despite all those pressures, and it was 7 sacks and 4 quarterback hurries. So you're talking about 11 times where he was under direct duress. And he had 11 incompletions in 42 attempts. This is a guy who's going to complete a lot of passes against you, so Nebraska's got to heat him up again. And I think, and I'll be curious to see how it goes this year, I think Sanders is better at feeling the rush and escaping the rush and extending the play than he was last year.
Yeah.
At least judging off of that one game. It is just one game. But I thought NDSU had him hemmed in 4 or 5 times, and yet he only went down once.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is he's obviously tough as hell because Nebraska got to him 8 times last year, and it ended up not mattering. And he stands there, and he makes the throws, and he gets hit. And, like, I think over the course of a season, you cannot take that kind of pounding and expect to still be at the level of play that you want to be at. But he's going to do that. He's going to stand in there. Can Nebraska finish? Can they finish the pass rush? That's going to be such a major key. And how do they cover this really good group of receivers? We've said it for months now. This is the best quarterback they're going to play. This is the best skill position players they're going to play of teams not named Ohio State. They're playing a better quarterback than they'll play at Ohio State. I don't think they're playing a better group of skilled guys than they'll see at Ohio State, mainly because Ohio State also has the run game, which Colorado either doesn't have or really didn't try to have versus NDSU. But Travis Hunter is perhaps, John, there's a real world where we are years from now saying, yeah, the best player that came into the stadium and from an opposing team in this century was Travis Hunter. just in terms, like he's going to be on the field all the time.
Yeah, he's not coming off the field.
I've never seen something like that for an opposing team, for like a team Nebraska is playing. So that's going to be a unique experience. I think he is definitely a better player in college. I'm not an evaluator of talent, right? But I think he's a better player as a wide receiver at this level. I think he's going to present more challenges to Nebraska at wide receiver than he will at cornerback. I mean, he had 3 touchdowns the other day. He is a ridiculous player. And so Nebraska finishing the pass rush and making sure that they have those guys as covered as possible. And man, when they catch it, they got to tackle because NDSU tackled horribly.
Yeah.
And it cost them large chunks of yards.
Well, here's Rule on Colorado's receivers.
Athletic, explosive. To me, 5 is a difference maker.
Jimmy Horn.
Obviously, 12, Travis is playing both ways, which is amazing. But to me, 5, dominates the middle of the field. And they brought in, 10 from FAU who, had a ton of catches, and he's excellent. And 14 has a bunch of catches. So you have a quarterback who can make all the throws. So they can spread you out, open up the run game, utilize the receivers in the RPO game. So when you try to pressure, they always have answers. And they've got guys who can, everyone thinks of speed is running this way. These guys can run across the field and run away from man coverage. So,
yeah, and it's not just Hunter. I mean, Horn is really good.
Awesome.
He had a nice game last year against Nebraska, and he had a huge game against NDSU, almost 200 yards receiving. Wester, who is joined the team this year. I mean, again, best group of receivers you're going to see with the best quarterback you're going to see. That's the thing that's going to keep Colorado in this game. For as much as their, offensive line, defensive line, defense in general.
Get the ball to the guys in space. They're going to be able to make plays.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so, like, how good of a job does Nebraska do?
That is the great equalizer.
Yep. 100%, man.
For Colorado.
It's going to be massive. And I don't know if you do the yards after the catch for Jimmy Horn, but like that was something that really jumped out. And so again, trying to limit that. Like, look, he had 198. You mentioned he had almost 200. Travis Hunter had 132. They combined 4 touchdowns. Like absolutely ridiculous stuff. Travis Hunter, again, he stares down the pass rush. He deals with it, and he threw for 445 yards. He had 4 touchdowns. Really, really difficult. Really, really difficult. And so I think that offensive line can be had, but even if they can, he did a really good job at dealing with it last year, and he did a good job of dealing with it on Thursday night. Can Nebraska make it a bigger pain in the ass? Like one thing, that like we're going to talk about the crowd, I imagine, this week, and it's going to be an incredible atmosphere. This will be the toughest atmosphere that this version of Colorado has ever played in. Last year, their road games were fairly forgettable. They did go to Eugene, which is a tough place to play. I think that we'd all understand, though, that this is going to be something different. Can that affect them? Can that affect them getting their play calls in? Can that affect, with the new system and everything? Can that affect just the way in which they perform? Like that is, we rarely get to talk about this crowd making a difference in that regard. It's mainly because the team's been so bad. This is going to be a chance for them to do that. And so how that could show itself early, I think could be pretty massive as well. Well,
here is Matt Rule on the rivalry.
Oh yeah. My wife and I, we went skiing this year in Beaver Creek, and just, we were kind of sent the kids up, and we met some friends, and we were sitting down, like hanging out, and this young lady walked up to me and she said, are you Coach Rule from the Huskers? And I was like, oh, I thought I was a Husker fan. I said, yeah. And she said something to me. I can't repeat it out loud. And her boyfriend was like, oh, sorry, Coach. I was like, nah, hey, this is what's great about college football, right? We love rivalries. We love all of that. So this is a long established rivalry. And I think it's great for the game.
That is one thing that Prime has been able to do that hasn't really been seen since probably the peak of the Bill McCartney era, and that is galvanize what is usually a dormant fan base, to say the least, because it's a pro sports market, and got the hate ginned up and got the energy up in the program. I mean, the trash talk that I've seen already this week is akin to what it was back when this rivalry was at its peak.
Yeah, for sure.
Late 90s, early 2000s.
It's awesome. It's like it's so cool, that there's like an entire generation of Husker fans, obviously, that haven't even seen success, but they haven't gotten to experience like a week like this, the anticipation of a big game versus an opponent that you despise. And that is going to make it a whole lot of fun.
There were opportunities yesterday for Matt Rule to fall into a trap. There's no program that is better at taking people's words and twisting them into mounds of disrespect like Coach Prime in Colorado. But Matt Rule was not going to take the bait. He was asked about what happened last year in regards to the 50-yard line flap and some of the way that some of Rule's words last year were twisted into making it sound like, in fact, we've got audio from Shador regarding last year and how, hey, he disrespected my pops. Well, here was Matt Rule about what happened last year.
Or anybody after what happened last year, what they said? Or did you expect to?
No. Everyone, guys, I don't take anything. Nothing. I mean, like everyone's got their own. Everything's got their own things to do, and like I said, like I got love in my heart and a lot of respect for what they're doing. So, yeah, nothing really bothered me. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Shador thought I felt like I disrespected his father. He was standing up for him. Good for him. You know, my son would stand up for me. So I think I've got a bunch of players in there. I think they'll show up on Saturday.
You know, that's the best way to handle it. Also, like, this stuff happens in sports all the time. Mitch Sherman told a story with Happer this morning on their podcast about how Rob Zadishka made up a fake story in 1994 about Colorado getting off the plane with pipe cutters. Yep. We all watched The Last Dance 4 years ago. Yeah. Michael Jordan invented a bunch of things. Oh, yeah. You know, like
Alabama posted disrespectful things from Washington before their playoff game. Never happened.
Which never were said, exactly.
So these things do happen. It's not just a Colorado thing. This is something I look forward to asking Sip about this, because Sip asks the question, and you'll hear the question here, but in case you can't quite hear because Sip is a bit off mic, Sip asked Matt Rule about, is this a clash of cultures? Many people have said, hey, and we've talked about it. We talked about it last year. We're talking about it this year.
We were just talking about it kind of with Clemson and Florida State, right? How they build their programs.
That the way that these programs are being built are very different from each other.
Yes.
And the coaches and how their demeanors are very different from each other. And so Sip asks, is this a clash of cultures?
I was talking to a Colorado media member who referred to the game as a clash of cultures, programs, because they operate differently. Do you see it anything like that?
Not at all. I think they're a competitive culture. You know, they go recruit and get the best players they can get. They do well in school. They don't get in trouble off the field, and they compete. I respect it with what they do.
The fact that he's able to answer that without having to hem and haw and try to find ways, because what he does there is he literally lists out all the things that the programs have in common.
Yep.
About going to class, about working hard, about doing things the right way. Almost
by not talking about, he just ignores the part where they're obviously way different in terms of how they're being built.
Because last year, one of the things that was twisted out of proportion was when Rule talked about, you know, how some teams go into the portal and we're not trying to do that. And that was, of course, used as a slight against Prime.
Yeah.
Well, now Rule is just saying, hey, no, these cultures are the same. The results are going to be the same. We're the same. And this was a direct message to you.
The people.
Yeah, I think it'll be a great atmosphere. Night game. People have all day to kind of get themselves ready for the game, and it should be loud, and it should be a home field advantage. You know, it was it was loud there last year. It should be a home field advantage. Like I said, Sunday, let's all be Nebraska nice on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? But it should be a loud, raucous atmosphere.
Yeah, we got a message. We were talking about the environment from Doc. He texts in. He says, I agree. This is the toughest environment Colorado has had to play in. On the other hand, this is one of the bigger games Nebraska's played in the last year. And Nebraska doesn't do well in big games on national TV. That is one of the parts of this game that I am excited for the Nebraska program. It's going to be a tough atmosphere for Colorado. This is the first true big moment for them in the Matt Rule era, given that all of the expectations, all of the hope, the dreams of if you win this game, then you can, start getting more, clipping off more. And this is going to be the biggest home game of the season, certainly the early part of the season. How do they respond to that? John, dare I say, outside of Ohio State, there won't be a game in the regular season that has more eyeballs on it. And so it's like, that's a fun little pressure cooker to get to, play in. Dylan Raiola, he got his first game out of the way. Now he gets a bigger game the following week. It's really nice that the home and home, it fell the way in which it did. Get the road game out of the way in year one when you're not where you want to be exactly. Get the home game in year two with the freshman quarterback who has a game under his belt.
But remember, kids, if Nebraska does drop this game, it
Oh,
doesn't
here we
mean
go.
that the Matt Rule program
Here
is
we
doomed
go.
to fail forever.
Riley says all day to get ready for the game, aka get hammered in the parking lots. I was thinking the same thing. What a great way to say get blitzed before the game kicks off.
Yes.
But please drink responsibly.
Drink responsibly.
Responsibly.
Yeah, responsibly.
Well, Michael Bruns, drink responsibly.
He'll probably have a lot of water and Pepsi. I'm a Pepsi.
The ice machine wasn't working in the press box.
What?
Yeah, the dispenser. So they had just had a bunch of ice sitting out on a tray.
Oh, hand ice?
Yeah.
Do they at least have the little ice tongs?
Sports writer
they just
sweats dripping
They
in
just
there.
had like just an empty cup that you were supposed to. Cool. And I'm not one. I don't necessarily need ice in my drink.
I love ice.
I don't need ice in my drink.
I love ice.
I mean,
We have
I'm
ice
fine
in our
with
freezer
ice
here.
in water because you can't water down water.
Well, you
You can water down soda.
You definitely can. You definitely can.
Brunsey joins us next.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone. Wow, here's something that just popped across the old Twitter feed
What's
as
that?
I was coming back from break. a friend of the Grum and former major leaguer and Omaha native Darren Ruff.
Oh, yes, I saw this.
Has a new job now that he's retired from active playing. He's going to be an assistant coach at Omaha.
Look at that for the
Omaha.
Mavs.
Congrats, coach.
So welcome home, Darren Ruff.
Welcome, Omaha.
But for the other team in Omaha, not the team he played for. Interesting.
Do you feel betrayed, John?
No.
By Brunts or by the Darren Ruff?
Does
Darren Ruff. You know what? Both.
Does
Do you
Penn
feel
State
betrayed?
feel betrayed that Matt Rule is the coach at Nebraska?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think Hastings College held it against Tom Osborne for decades that he spurned them to coach football in Nebraska.
Well, Brunts has apologized. Brunts won't be joining us today.
Yeah, sadly, Michael Brunts, there were some things going on at the house that
You know
had to be
how
taken
they'll
care
be
of.
like, "Hey, we'll be there between the hours of blank and blank." So the hours
And they
began.
picked the late.
The hours began at the early, like where we would have done his interview normally. They didn't show up. They showed up when we went to break. So Brunts, is a busy man now. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. So we'll have to talk to him next week.
Well,
next week.
Sadly, this gives us a chance to possibly share some bad news with you.
Oh.
I thought the crowd at the UTEP game was pretty good.
Really?
The students were full.
Well, what did
It
Matt
was
Rule
full
say?
all the way up to the top.
Matt Rule said that he had to put his double headset situation on.
Yeah, it was a good atmosphere.
If he thought it was
I know there were
loud
some
on-
people saying, "Oh, there's some empty seats here and there." There's
thought it
empty
was-
seats. There's always empty seats.
John, if you thought it was loud on Saturday, it was really loud this
And
Saturday.
So this game was listed as a sellout, and the
Yeah, of
Colorado
course.
game has obviously been sold out, and Northern Iowa has been sold out. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Uh-oh.
They've got a Big Ten mini plan.
I saw this. I saw an email about it. Not as
Uh,
good as 1620, the email, sadly.
The 4 conference home games, you can buy 4 tickets for $200, and that includes the Illinois game.
Uh-oh, but that's literally the 400th sellout.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, not good.
So
How have they not sold that game out yet? It's a Friday night. It's a great night for football.
you know what? I think a lot
Is it all
of
the high school dorks? I mean, fans?
dorks. Listen to you.
Is it all those
They're
people?
supporting their communities, their high schools,
I'm
their
supporting
sons and daughters.
I'm supporting my community by doing a pregame show and postgame show that Friday night.
Josh,
Yeah,
that's the
we'll
next-
see.
I'll be there.
I'm not.
I'll be there.
Yeah,
Put it
yeah.
on the list then.
All
Put a
right.
drum ball in
The only
for
thing
it.
I can, I can count on Kamala keeping her voice the same at every appearance and not changing her dialect more than I can trust you right now.
You're not supposed to raise your voice? Is that what you're mad at now, John? I'll be there. I'm putting it on the list. What is today? September the 3rd?
I don't know. I feel like
Wait, you're
gonna
putting
be
on the list
square.
that you're going to show up for your job.
Nick told me to put it on the list.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Which will make it even better when he
Exactly.
doesn't.
That's why.
Yeah. So, folks, you better get on the horn right now if you want to get
Buy
the
your
magic 400.
seats.
Is this a protest?
Buy your
that,
seats.
that Nebraska's not going to wear alternate uniforms for this game, and so the folks like you didn't bother to
Not
break
a
out
bad
the
idea.
goofy looking Adidas uniform, so I'm not going.
Not a bad idea. Why aren't they wearing alternates? What are they trying to hide this year, John?
I don't know.
I've seen some people wondering if they could wear all reds this week. Hey, that's your generation. 80s boy.
No.
80s boy.
No.
1986
No,
John.
Yeah, they did it one time, and what happened? They choked. So no, never. Don't
80s
ever
boy.
do the all reds again. That was dumb.
My name's
You're
John
right.
Bishop. I'm from the 80s. Remember when Nebraska wore all red? You can't blame millennials for that.
Let's bring back the Noids.
No, Nick. Yeah, see, they wore all red and they won that game.
The Noids, John, and they look cool. It's the
Remember,
coolest
their
looking uniform.
only win in the Big Ten era versus Wisconsin. Only win.
They come out on the field on those. I would
Only
encourage folks to
win.
light torches.
Only win.
I don't care. Those are the worst uniforms ever.
The all
Nebraska
reds were the
football
blood
history.
clot unis. They're pretty bad.
They were awful.
Pretty bad. I wouldn't say they're the worst because
don't
some of
need-
the alternates were
You
terrible.
You don't need to gimmick anything up. The fans will be already juiced. Don't give Colorado. Besides, Colorado will look at that and take it as a slight. Oh, you had to change your uniforms for us, huh?
By the
we
way,
take that as a slight.
just got a few text messages. I'm just checking to see. John doesn't like when people raise their voice. John Bishop, voice raising. John Bishop.
No, I didn't say
the
anything
yelling
about-
master.
Did I say anything about raising a voice?
Yeah. Isn't that what you said about
No.
Kamala? What did you say?
No, how she changes her dialect depending on what town she's in. She's kind of like Brian Kelly that way.
Oh, I haven't noticed.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of funny, actually.
Hmm.
But anyhow, I trust her to keep her voice the same than I do you to actually show
I'll be
up.
there.
Did you see that in the For You tab, John?
No, I actually
That
saw
seems
it
like
on,
a For You
I actually
tab
saw
thing.
it on television. Thank you very much.
What channel?
I don't remember. It was one of the Sunday shows.
Sunday shows. You watch Sunday shows?
Why not?
Because you hate that stuff.
But it's not the cool severe Sunday shows.
That's a good Sunday show.
I love that. Sunday
CBS
show.
Sunday Morning.
You should watch CBS Sunday Morning. Kicks ass.
Yeah, I'm running. Sorry, busy. I am on Sunday mornings. I'm running or flying back from various locales. which is what I
Not
did.
doing your job.
I did a job. I did a job. Also, I did my job. I did my show on Friday. Did I not, Nick?
You did.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you very much, Nick. Mike, Mike, excuse me, says, so that a grumball from Josh. Okay, great for the show. I will be there. You cannot take me away. I'm Brian Kelly. You can't take me away from Lincoln, Nebraska on a Friday night.
You know, he was faking that too.
Unless somebody reaches out and wants me to be a spotter, then maybe. No, I don't want to skip out on that. It's the show. It's my day job. Bigger Reaction is my weekend job. Everything's fine.
Anyway, we will have a live
Everything's
pregame
fine.
show from Lincoln,
We will.
and we'll have live postgame from Lincoln this Saturday. You'll definitely want to be here.
Yeah.
You'll definitely want to be here.
And you'll be
4
streaming
o'clock.
the video, right? The video will be streaming.
Yes,
Correct.
Of course.
4 p.m. start time for the pregame show live from Blur Party's tailgate.
Be there or be square, Josh.
And,
I'll be there virtually like all the listeners. If I'm like a listener, then I am there. My game will end at like 2:30.
How will we know if you're there?
I will be commenting in the YouTube stream with you guys. I'll say it. Good joke, John. Nice one, Happer.
Yeah, we'll just
hey, Nick. Wow. Hello, Nick. You exist. I'll say all of those things and more.
We'll just ignore that. We did a poll question earlier today on the
Poll.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, so that the line is settled in at 7.5. What's your early prognosis on the game?
Pain.
55% are saying it's going to be a nail biter.
You idiots.
31% say easy Big Red win, and 14% of you are daring yourselves to believe in the unthinkable.
Hater much? Hater much?
Hater sometimes.
I think.
I mean, we thought they were going to win last year, too.
You two did think they were going to win last year.
All right. A little peek behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Last year, the only reason I picked Nebraska to win was because in the preseason I picked Nebraska to win, and I couldn't step away from my priors. I forced myself. I'm serious. I'm not joking right now. I picked Nebraska to win because I picked them.
Why didn't you? If you're so worried about being right, and then you go, but I can't change my mind. You can change your
All
mind.
right. So all
people
that
can change.
All right.
I can
If
change.
You can change.
You can change.
all-
We all can change.
All right. So I say all that to say, I think they're going to roll. I think I am very confident in Nebraska getting
until he doesn't.
Their
Kinda
offensive
kinda
line-
Like I'm going to do a pre and post game show with you guys until I don't.
Nick, you know that video, that famous, that famous video where the guy is like yelling about this girl's like boyfriend? He's whack. Yeah. That's Colorado. Your offensive line, whack. They suck. They can't protect him.
They did last year too.
Yeah, but Nebraska actually has a quarterback now. Look at us. We are 2.5 hours into the show. We have barely talked about Dylan today. That guy freaking rocks, man. But he is awesome.
But honestly, I mean, were you surprised?
No. And that's the thing. I'm not surprised by his performance. And yet, I was still a little blown away by how good he is. He's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Like, I know.
It makes a difference, doesn't it?
I know that I have long been the voice on this show and this station to tell Husker fans that your team is bad and they suck. I know that's because I'm a realist. He's awesome. He is a really, really, really good quarterback. Nate Tice, who covers the NFL for Yahoo Sports, he's a big draft guy too. By the time that season comes around, this guy's even posting clips like, whoa, look at Dylan Raiola. The dude is the man. And so I believe in the defense and I believe in Dylan. You know what I've noticed over the last couple of days, John? All these people, all these fans of opposing teams who said, oh, the wide receivers aren't going to be very good. Where are those people at? I'm still waiting to hear from these people. Game happened a few days ago. I figured they would have logged on to Twitter since then. And there you tweet saying, man, I was way wrong on that one, Josh. Shout out to you. Mr. Banks is good.
He's pretty.
But Nayor is better.
Nayor is awesome. Dude, they were both. How can't believe he kept his balance on that catch. That's the thing that still blows me away.
Yeah, it's so good right now that one of the guys
So
you thought
good.
was going to be a major contributor might end up redshirting this year. Malachi Coleman.
Yeah.
You notice everyone else who was wearing red on that sideline got onto the field except
him.
Malachi and Danny Kalen.
Yes. Yeah, I was wrong on that. Brian Kelly. I was wrong on that one. He didn't play.
He didn't.
The other two quarterbacks played.
Were your mentions a disaster after Gramstad came in?
No, there was that one guy who was like, why do you guys hate him? And I was like, oh, God, it's good to have football back. I don't hate him.
No, we don't hate Gramstad.
It's a cute story.
It's a cute. It is. It's a cute
Like
story.
his family was there. Like, that's so cool.
And that's awesome. That's great.
Very cool. Very
I'm
cool.
glad he got a chance to play.
Rudy, when he got on the field, that was awesome too.
Yes.
It was my favorite movie for the longest time.
Gramstead.
Yeah, exactly. Mustache Adam. All those haters are face deep in dog poo. Tom says, do your part and declare the streak is done. The sellout streak will last. It will last at least 3 more games. I won't guarantee anything after the 400, though.
We've been declaring that thing dead for
It's because it
last several
has
years.
been dead for several years.
I understand that.
Chance writes, grown men with tears in their eyes watching Dylan in the stands on Saturday saying, wow, after that sidearm throw. Big strong men,
People love
John.
that sidearm throw.
They did. Oh, are you out on that, John? Are you out on the sidearm?
out on it, but
it's
it's
what
like
Mahomes does.
Pretty cool.
I'm gonna.
it's
fake,
what
fake
his
some scrambling.
godfather did. No look pass. In the
here
Super
we
Bowl
go.
game-winning drive.
Here we go. Matt Stafford.
Spot the line.
Well, he looks more like Mahomes than he does Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford can barely move, and he hurts
What do
his
you mean?
hand. He plays the Cowboys,
just
and he hurts
fine.
his hand every time. Mike, I hurt my hand. Oh, wait, didn't he just hit a guy's helmet? What are you doing there, Stafford? Throws the ball, hits his head, helmet. Ouch.
Ouch, indeed.
You know why it hurts so much?
Why?
It's kind of like you ever had that experience where you hit the wrong part of the bat and the whole bat just shakes?
Whoa.
You know what it was? That's what happened was his Super Bowl ring hit the top of the helmet. And it just
He shouldn't have been playing with it.
threw
Did he
up.
ever think about
I
that?
know. He shouldn't have
Come
been.
on,
but it's
Matt.
like Matthew wanted to show off his Super Bowl ring saying, hey, Dallas, you know what this is? No, most of the dumb hillbillies down there were like, I don't know what lion is.
You're from Fremont. You can't call anybody a hillbilly.
There's no hillbillies in Fremont.
Really?
There's only one rag, though.
Oh,
There's only one rag.
The whole town shares it.
There's
It's got
no-
a text from Severe who says Nebraska by 10 or more, grumball it. I don't know if he's telling me to grumball Nebraska by 10 or
grumball.
more, or if he is also saying Nebraska will win by 10 or more.
That's what he's saying.
He's saying it or I'm saying it?
No, he's saying it.
I agree with Michael. I think they're going to win by 10 or more.
I haven't landed on a pick.
Yeah? Yeah, spoiler alert for Friday.
I haven't landed on a pick yet.
Hilarious that one of the books, I think it's that one with those tight money line splits, opened it up at 5 and then it immediately was like 7.5. Even though ones with promo code 1620 had it at 7.5 the entire time.
And it stayed there.
And it stayed there.
It did.
And it stayed there.
It did stay there.
Strigori points out SP Plus has NU by 10. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Bill Connolly's numbers. It was 30-20.
No, it makes sense.
Oh, it definitely does. Definitely does.
Listen, again, Colorado offensively, if Nebraska, if Shador gets a glimmer, gets a spot, he's going to complete some passes. This will be a real test for this secondary,
Big
especially
chance.
if Nebraska doesn't get pressure. I think they will.
Yeah.
But if Nebraska, heck, even when they do, like you said in the last segment, they got to finish the sack.
Got to finish it.
They've got to finish the sack.
And you know what? When they hit him, make sure it's legal. Put pressure on him, knock him on the ground.
Mhm.
Don't hit him high, though. Don't hit him in his helmet. Don't give them free 15 yards.
No.
Don't do that. But knock his ass down.
Here is Caleb from the ABQ. That's Albuquerque, as they call it.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Breaking Bad.
Great show.
And
All
the
of
isotopes.
Yeah, and the isotopes. Yeah, hey Josh, I don't know if you should be hating on Matt Stafford all that much. I'm a Lions fan, and I still love him to this day, and I think the world of him. Yes, he does get hurt every time he plays the Cowboys.
Definitely.
But, he's one of the toughest SOBs out there.
Yeah.
That's cool. I'm happy for him.
Very tough.
Yeah.
You want that toughness to pass down. They always say that the toughness gene passes down from the godparents down to the godchildren.
Nice.
Yeah, hopefully it does. And we were there in the stadium We drove all the way from Albuquerque, and we watched it.
For UTEP?
Yeah, for UTEP.
Damn.
Hey, we wanted to watch.
I'm impressed, Caleb. I'm not shaming you. I'm just
Hard to
impressed.
argue with you.
Some people won't even drive the 50 miles down to Lincoln to do a pregame show that they promised to do.
Oh man, if anybody out there is complaining about the Huskers and what they do on the field, tell them to send tickets my way, please.
No problem.
I will go.
No problem.
13 hours, 14 hours, whatever. We'll drive for it.
Caleb, appreciate it.
Thank you, Caleb.
Thanks for making the drive.
What a random Matt Stafford related phone call.
Go Isotopes.
What a random Matt Stafford related phone call.
Well,
Happy
we
for
are
that
talking
man.
about the reigning, defending, undisputed last NFC Championship quarterback of the Super Bowl.
People do forget. People do forget about that.
And they shouldn't. They shouldn't forget.
I love all the qualifiers.
Yeah,
There's no qualifiers.
It's been 3 years.
He's in the NFC, won the Super Bowl. He's a quarterback. Andy from Florida. Hi, Andy.
Andy.
Yeah.
Andy.
What's up, Andy?
Well, I just want I always call in and give Josh a bunch of crap about the old man and Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
How are they going to do this year?
Bad. No, they could win the division because the NFC East is garbage.
Well, they could, but I doubt it.
Yeah,
Another
probably
thing, too, I moved down here from Florida to Lincoln 2 years ago. I love it down here, but I do miss game day up in the old Husker land.
Yeah.
I actually think Nebraska's going to win at least by 14.
There you go. That's double
13,
digits.
there
They
you
cover
go.
the spread. Thank you, Andy. Andy and I, handshake meme. We're both sad to miss the game on Saturday. We're both sad about it.
It will be one wild atmosphere.
Yeah. It will indeed.
It will be.
You'd have to
wild
pay me to
atmosphere.
miss this game, which is why I'm missing the game.
It's almost like he's talking himself into justifying why. He's
Hey,
missing
when
this
I
game.
am in my hotel room watching Nebraska win 52-7, I will be a little sad.
You know what I
I'm
hope
going to-
happens? You know what I hope happens,
Okay.
Nick? But not only for our sake, but also to make Josh feel bad.
John Riles,
Because
the
we're
best
going to
ever.
be at the Blur tailgate,
For pregame.
which is underneath the I-180 overpass.
Yeah.
Famously.
What if a Brinks truck just had the back doors just fly open as it was crossing
And some
over
money's
I-180,
just
and
falling?
money is falling in us, and we're literally getting paid for being there?
That's amazing.
Now that I would be bummed.
You know what?
I'm happy for you though.
I'm also going to put this in perspective. Me, I'm an Iowa fan.
Yeah.
Famously, an Iowa fan.
Yeah.
I'm bummed that I won't get to be in the stadium
Of course.
watching the game.
It's going to be the best atmosphere in years.
And you're just not going to be there.
I'll-
A fan.
Hey, I was talking earlier about I don't know what to eat, and then you made fun of me because I like planning things. And then a fine listener, a fine friend of the Grum, Matt, reached out and gave me recommendations for Minneapolis. What a guy.
How many Jersey Mikes are within a walking distance?
I
of
haven't
your
checked
hotel?
that. I haven't checked that. He recommended a place with wings, but I'll be having those on Thursday. It's finally wing week. I'm ready, baby.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Nick.
All right. Well, coming up.
Stuff Sipple.
We got Sipple coming up, but I did want to take a few glimpses into week one and
of the whole sport.
Across college football,
I have
because
takes.
there were some impressive performances.
There were
some
And there were
impressive
some
performances
unimpressive performances.
that weren't by quarterbacks who have a striking resemblance to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, there's a team that I imagine we'll talk about that I almost included in the hot take market from a good perspective. So I'm looking forward to that too.
But first, a reminder again that all FanDuel customers right now who bet $5 get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV. That's all you need. Just place that $5 bet. All you need is a Google account, current form of payment. You can cancel at any time. This allows you the ability to watch your favorite teams if they're playing Sunday afternoon, but the game's not on here in our market.
Like the Rams.
If you're not a FanDuel member, get membership today. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/1620.
Again, like John said, FanDuel.com/1620. And if you are a sad sack Rams fan, well, no worries.
Why would you be sad? We won the Super Bowl.
Well, unless you're playing the Cowboys again, Matt
you don't
Stafford.
play the Cowboys in the Super Bowl because that would require the Cowboys to be.
All right, John, we got to go to FanDuel.com/1620. You bet $5 and you get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. The season starts in 2 days, but the first Sunday is 5 days away. FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
But it'll be after. Never
It
mind.
will. Look at me helping, though. Look at me helping. Not to brag.
Folks, we've gone long enough into this Grum without acknowledging that those things that were showing up on the scoreboard in Iowa City on Saturday were called points.
I know.
Points.
And they were being scored by the offense.
Very weird.
Now, it was funny that Iowa
Very
did
weird.
struggle through the first couple of quarters.
It was very Iowa.
Yeah, it's
I
a
mean,
bummer that they ended up actually scoring points.
I mean, they got
For
two
some of us, it was
turnovers
a
on.
bummer.
They got 2 turnovers in plus territory. It had like 3 points.
Yeah.
Very
on brand.
But they did get it going.
I didn't get that
Cade
predictions point.
McNamara, 492 yards of offense.
That's almost as many as Nebraska had.
It is.
Uh-huh. My favorite stat from that game.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm going to say.
I actually don't.
They had more passes in this game than they had
rushes
over the last couple seasons.
More passes?
Passing touchdowns, I think.
They had this Cade McNamara, first Iowa quarterback to throw 3 TDs in a game since 2021.
Okay.
Last season, I think all season, they had 3 touchdown passes.
Iowa's yards per play last season was 3.9.
What was that stat?
That's their yards per play.
Yikes.
Was 3.9. Do you know how many yards per play they had on Saturday?
What was Nebraska? There was or north of
7.2.
Yeah, I'll say 6.9.
Very nice.
Oh, really? Nice.
That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah.
So congrats.
Shout out Hawkeyes.
Shout out.
I can't wait
to
to
the
watch El Assico on Saturday. I'm pumped that game is at 2:30, that is not opposite of the Nebraska game. This is, I mean, like, dude, they often have Iowa State's number.
How are you going to be able to watch the Iowa game if you're doing a pregame show at that time?
Because I won't be doing. You told me not to. I'd be happy to from the hotel. You monster. So that'll be fun. I think this is it's a interesting game. It's a couple of teams and programs that absolutely despise each other. The game this year is in Iowa City, so you figure that they're going to have a bit of a leg up. And was that offensive output because of their opponent, or was it because they're actually better? We'll find out. We'll get a better answer on Saturday than we got this previous Saturday. But we went through the scores when we picked that game in predictions.
Mm-hmm.
I went through week by week or game by game the last few years in the opener. They sucked. They haven't done that. And so they did it on Saturday. So at the very least, that's progress. I'm willing to give them some flowers.
Who did you come out of the weekend feeling better about?
Better. Good question. I do want to talk about Miami. So I guess I will use this moment to talk about Miami. I thought that they would win, and I thought that they would win by more than 3 points because that's what the line was.
Yeah.
I did not think that they would kick the crap out of Florida to that regard. And Cam Ward, I thought, I'm thinking real quick in my head of all the other quarterbacks that like transferred and were starting and who I was looking forward to seeing. I thought he was the most impressive of the transfer quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean,
heck, he might be the most impressive quarterback of the whole weekend in the sport.
26 of 35 for 385 and 3 touchdowns on the road.
Yeah, and he was moving around in the pocket a lot. He was making throws across his body. I thought that they were going to win the ACC. I don't know how you don't leave week 1 and then also think back to week 0 and not think, wow, they are very much set up to win the ACC. Like, I thought that they would win the ACC, but Virginia Tech loses to Vandy. Florida State, I mean, like, they got issues, man. And we obviously know about Clemson's problems. They looked great. So I would say them, and I'll be honest, I'll give you 2 others. Georgia, I did not think they would win by that many points. And I was impressed with Penn State, too. I do want to see it against Ohio State, like an Ohio State level team, not just West Virginia, because they dominated West Virginia a year ago. But this was supposed to be a game that was kept close. And I know that the weather was weird, but even before the weather, they had added another touchdown and they were up by 2 scores. Those 3 teams are the 3 for me.
Do you think Sunday night said more about USC or LSU?
Ooh, good question, Nick.
I think it said more about USC.
Yep, same.
The fact that
I was very impressed by
the fact
by the
that
Trojans.
defense was able to do what they did, given how terrible they were last year.
Yeah. They
Terrible.
tackled, dude. They tackled. They made plays. I'm not surprised that their offense was good. It's always going to be good. Branch, of course, is a game breaker. He's so much fun to watch. Look at that USC Nebraska game got all the more intriguing. And I know that's way later in the year.
Oh, big time.
The USC Michigan game in a few weeks got all the more interesting to me. Yeah, good. That's a good one, Nick, to bring up because I was very impressed by the Trojans. And I did not think that they were going to win that game, and they won, and they look good doing so. Who's the answer?
There were these all seem
Notre Dame.
I mean, Notre Dame did look good. I didn't think Texas A&M was that good. I think they've got some issues on offense.
Well, their quarterback's bad.
But against that defense in that environment, that's one of the best environments of the whole weekend down at College Station. I thought the way that, Notre Dame just kind of handled their business.
They did.
Was rather impressive.
And their schedule sets up very well.
Their schedule does set up well.
As you tweeted, here come the Irish.
So, part of it was Notre Dame. But honestly, I mean, I looked at teams like Oklahoma,
Ole Miss,
who dominated. Oklahoma State.
Yep.
A lot of folks were looking at that SDSU game as look out.
Yep.
Oklahoma State took care of business, no issues whatsoever.
Yep.
Who's the other? Alabama.
Oh, dominating.
Alabama was, they just absolutely rolled.
Oh, dude, they play Wisconsin in just a few weeks.
Yeah.
Like, what's going to happen when they go into Madison? Is everything okay with your computer?
Yes. It just, I keep typing like weird things.
But I think Wisconsin did not look very good, and Alabama looked very good.
No, Wisconsin did not.
They left a lot to be desired in that game on Friday
There were
night.
a handful of teams, and I think Oregon's probably at the top of the list.
I want to see, because again, they had so many yards, they just didn't finish drives. So is that a one-time weird thing? They have Boise, and Boise also had a struggle bus versus Georgia Southern.
I'm not sure if we can make a determination on Oregon, even if they play better against Boise, because Boise struggled.
Very fair.
NC State struggled.
Yeah.
There were some teams that just was like, we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Michigan being one of them. Michigan was very lethargic.
Much so. Their defense was good. Their offense, not so much. And that's the concern with them all year. And again, that USC game, which is very, very soon for them. They have Oregon. Obviously, they have Ohio State as well. Like they are going to be challenged.
Didn't I have isn't there a list item about Texas? Didn't I put a list item on Texas, Michigan?
Yeah, I think, you've been saying for weeks that Texas is going to roll, right?
I'm just trying to remember, what did I say? Was it double digit?
On August 15th, you said that Texas will beat Michigan by double digits.
I feel very good about that.
Yeah, I think that's a very fine take.
I feel very
because that's another team that looked good
that.
in week one was Texas.
Texas
They did not
too.
play around. Like that was one of the things that you wanted to see. If you're a fan of like a top team, you just want to go into it. Nobody gets hurt. Don't play around. And there were a few teams that did that, and there were a few teams that didn't. And it's always like, okay, which of that's real and which of it's not. And we'll find out in the coming weeks.
Coming up next, Stephen M. Sipple.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. When you're gone. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Steve Sipple. I feel like this could be one of those weeks where those of us who are of age try to pull a little bit of rank and remind folks of how it used to be back in the day. Kind of like the Oklahoma series, except, this time Nebraska has a chance to win. Because we got to remind folks how much dislike was out there, how much hatred was out there. I mean, we're talking the kind of table-pounding hatred that only Brian Kelly can emote.
Those were unbelievable times.
They were.
Those days are over.
But maybe we can bring them back.
There were such better times. I mean, it was incredible. Everything was better. I mean, I would posit that everything was better. There's nothing you could tell me that, it's improved now.
You think Buffalo wings were better in the 90s? I think wings are better now.
There's nothing better now. You can't name one thing that's better.
Running shoe technology.
The internet.
Running shoe technology. How about HD TV?
Yeah. Oh, how about that, Sip?
I don't know. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. No, all you have to do, John, you're so right. As far as those games go, just go to YouTube and type in Colorado.
Watch the 4x3 version of the game.
And close your eyes. Close your eyes. And just listen to it. You don't hear that sound anymore. You hardly hear it anywhere. There's a few places in the SEC, and there's a few other places. But it's an incredible sound. That's probably what I need to do. Just close your eyes and listen to it. Don't even watch it. Just listen to it.
Hey, along those lines, Sip, I was going to ask you, in your time on the beat, and heck, if you want to go back to your days of fandom, feel free as well. What is the best atmosphere that you have seen in the stadium, and are you expecting this Saturday to approach that at all?
A lot of the Colorado games from days gone by, 94.
Yes. Incredible atmosphere.
Yeah, John was there.
At 11 a.m., I'm walking to the stadium from the North Bottoms, and the stadium you can hear the Go Big
what
Red
time was
chants
it?
in the stadium.
And
It
what
was
time
like
was it?
It was like 90 minutes before kickoff.
That's awesome.
Like the gates had just opened, and the crowd was already Go Big Redding in the stadium during warm-up.
It's hard to. I mean, it's really. There's just not much I can say that would do that noise that day justice. So that's the one, and when there's some other game, there's a Halloween game against Colorado.
92.
Yeah, that was thank gosh, that was ridiculous.
Yes,
those are the games that. And then of most recent vintage, Miami's the best comp, and I think we'll see something that exceeds the Miami noise. Although it'll be hard to it's hard to prove that all. So I think it'll feel like that, and I think that that Prime kind of might take it to another level. It might go to another level in Miami because of Prime.
Yes.
Fun, really fun.
Oh yeah.
Are you about, it feels like, Sip, you have been ready to burst at the seams regarding what you truly feel about the potential of Dylan Raiola and how you might be withholding just a little bit. I mean, I'm almost to the point where I'm expecting you to go full Beano Cook, Ron Powless on us
pick him to win 2 Heismans
at some point.
Oh no, I'm not. I've made that mistake with Bobby Newcomb. I predicted 3 for Bobby Newcomb, and he didn't win any. So
famously,
I won't go that route. I won't. No, I'm not going to do that. But I don't know how to. It's an interesting, it's an interesting discussion in my mind. I mean, there's a part of me that's sort of surprised he looked so good, and then there's a part that says, why are you surprised? This is kind of what you expected. You never know exactly what to expect on Saturday, but I mean, the big public appearances that we've seen of Dylan have been really strong. I mean, we saw what we saw in the spring game, and then what we saw against UTEP. Now it escalates. Now it goes to another level in terms of atmosphere. In terms of atmosphere, an opponent
pressure.
It'll keep escalating.
Pressure, yeah.
It'll keep escalating because pretty soon you're going to be playing in the Big Ten, and pretty soon you're going to be playing Ohio State, and pretty soon you're going to be playing USC, and there's a progression. But so far, so good. Yeah, I thought he's fabulous. And the thing I keep writing, and I don't need to write it every week, but I've written it a few times, is I think his strength is his brain, and that's saying a lot because
it is.
He's a very gifted passer, and he's a big, strong athlete. I don't want to we always kind of tend to minimize that, I think, just because he doesn't run the ball. But if he has to, if he has to barrel into somebody, he'll look just fine.
If I'm not mistaken, on the on his first touchdown to Nayor, he's not able to follow through all the way because he's being hit.
He got hit as he threw it.
Yeah, and so it wasn't like a classic follow through, and yet he hit him on a dime down the sideline, 35 yards down the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the best way, Gary Barnett, I drop his name all the time because I talk to him a lot. It's kind of the other part of the discussion about Dylan is like guys like Gary Barnett they'll say, why are you surprised? He was recruited by Ohio State and Georgia. I mean, he was going to Ohio State, then he was going to Georgia. That's what they recruit. And I guess that's part of it. We're used to seeing those guys at other places. We're used to seeing guys like Dylan at other places. But here he is. And he's making those throws that we just haven't seen in a long time. What are we going to say, Zach Taylor? So it's fun. It was fun the other day to watch him play that well. It's not always going to look that good. So we'll see. Just take it week by week.
Sip, what did we learn about Nebraska's defense?
Oh, the one thing I learned is that all week I was talking about how there would be a discernible drop-off from Javen Wright to Bayer. What's his first name? Michael. What's his hell? Mackay Bayer.
Yeah.
I thought there would be a discernible drop-off, and in fact there wasn't. Bayer was excellent. Bayer was really assertive. He played really intelligently. He was involved in the safety, the biggest, probably the biggest defensive play of the game. He was right there. So there wasn't a drop-off. He's really good. That's really good news. John Bullock played well. That was probably the biggest thing to me. And then just how many guys got in, just the kind of the importance of getting all these guys in. And then I guess too, seeing that there really isn't much drop off when you go to the second band of linemen, like Cam Lenhart, Vincent Carroll Jackson, and Van Poppel. Those are good players. They're really good up front. Really good up front.
What did you think of because you asked the question. We played the audio earlier, but yesterday at the press conference, you said you were talking to a Colorado writer in the clash of cultures, and you asked Matt about the clash of cultures and how the way he answered it, if you remember back to last offseason, just by him indicating there was a difference in how Colorado builds things from how Nebraska builds things. He wasn't making a value judgment. He was just deciphering a difference, how that was twisted against him, and how yesterday he was like, nah, we're the same.
Yeah, it was a great answer. And Prime is just like a lot like humans in general, is complex. I think human beings are generally complex beings. And you can be more than one thing at one time. And Prime is kind of that way. He is kind of self-centered, and it is about Prime. And he is kind of over the top, and all this stuff he's doing with the media now is really kind of off-putting, just in that. I'll give you an example, like determining who he likes and who he doesn't like. I mean, that's really kind of ninth grade, the way to go about things, like we did in ninth grade. I like you, so I'll deal with you. I don't like you, so I won't deal with you. You said something mean about me, so I'm not going to deal with you. Mm-hmm. It's really kind of pathetic. At the same time, he does so much. He's a tough coach. Coaches respect him, or at least they can find things to respect. He coaches a tough brand of football. He's a tough guy. He is. He's old school. I can see why it wouldn't be hard for a guy like Matt Rule to find reasons to appreciate Prime. A lot of old school football coaches will remind you about Prime's tough. Yep. Prime's a tough dude. Prime's teams are going to be tough. It's not all flash because he's tough. So, yeah, he's multifaceted. He's a complex individual, and so Rule chose the right path. Point out his good things, and he's right. They don't have a lot of off-field issues. I love that I love that Prime emphasizes the school element. There's a lot that he does well, but man, then there's people you run into that just say, no, he's a train wreck, and that place is a train wreck. So I don't know. I never know what to believe.
Sip, on the field, where do you think the Buffs have the biggest advantage, and where does Nebraska have the biggest advantage conversely?
The Buffs' clear advantage is I can't break any ground here, Josh.
Skill guys.
The only thing I can emphasize is Jimmy Horn. He doesn't get talked about nearly enough.
No, he doesn't.
Obviously because of Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
But he has eye-popping speed, Jimmy Horn. He's a great player. He's going to hurt Nebraska.
Yes.
Jimmy Horn will hurt Nebraska multiple times, as will Travis Hunter. Those are their two guys. Now there's others. They're three deep at receiver. We didn't even see guys against North Dakota State that can hurt Nebraska. They didn't even get on the field. They're that deep. So yeah, they're terrifying. I think. You know what I think, Josh? I think that Nebraska's strength in this particular game, or let's just put it this way, its most important strength is Dowdell and the running game, and probably Irvin, the power back. I saw enough of Dowdell to say start him and load him up. Not only start him, load him up. He would have gotten 100 in that game the other day.
Sure.
If they would have kept going. Oh, yeah, Dowdell was on his way to 100.
Sure.
He had 55 yards when he went out. It was early in the second quarter. I understand I understand the stand that Rule took. I don't really agree with it. I understand it. I do. And then I guess I started to agree with it more when I saw the fumble. There was no reason. He didn't need to fumble. It was a good play by the defenders, but it was a play. Yeah, it was a play you see all the time. So, but I would start Dowdell. To me, he clearly was the best running back. I would start him as long as that is not. There's no lingering fumble issue this week, or as long as there was no fumbling issue going in, because I think he could be gigantic in establishing the ground game if he can get you 4 yards on first down, which I think you can do against Colorado. They were 4.4 against UTEP. I think you can do it. I think you can do it against Colorado. And boy, that would be helpful, obviously, for multiple reasons.
So on the flip side, the biggest advantage Nebraska has is
that it looks like it can use its handoff running game, which Satterfield alluded to today. And I think he alluded to it because it's important in a week like this. It's always important. I mean, sometimes it's more important than others. And against Colorado, to keep those skill guys off the field, it's really important.
I would say Nebraska's biggest advantage in this game is both lines of scrimmage.
Defensive line especially.
Oh, I mean, that kind of the run game goes. I mean,
yeah. But I would, throw in the defensive line as
too.
well.
Yeah.
I think both lines of scrimmage, Nebraska, these are the areas where Nebraska must dominate those areas 100%. To offset what Colorado can do offensively. I mean, I hate to say that a team has to sack a guy 8 times, but Nebraska needs to. I mean, last year the combined sacks and quarterback hurries was 12. I think Nebraska has to find that number again on Saturday, because even with all of that pressure,
still gets the ball away.
Shedeur went, what was it, 36 of 48 for 400 yards? I mean,
right.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, it's not. I don't really get into the sack stat as much. I mean, I think it's all right, I know this is not the most popular take in the world. I think it's an overblown stat in this day and age.
Interesting.
Just get pressures. I mean, like against UTEP, Nebraska didn't get. Did they get a sack? I don't know. Did they get one?
They got one.
One
Big Mac sack.
But they were throwing
the
ball
end of the
so
game.
fast.
Right. That's what I mean, Josh. And you can do that if you're Shedeur, and I think he'll have to. This game is going to be really interesting for Shedeur because of the crowd, and it's going to have an impact. Probably.
Yes.
It's just a question of how big of an impact. My guess is there'll be at least three. They'll jump at least 3 times up front, at least 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's more than that. It's going to be hard for that left tackle that's a true freshman for Colorado. Hard for everybody. Just hard to hear. You saw the USC quarterback have a lot of trouble with that on Monday. Well, was it Sunday night? In that stadium that wasn't even all LSU, but so it's going to be really hard for Colorado in this game because it relies so heavily on the passing game.
Hey, Sip, along those lines, we have spent years discussing what Nebraska is missing and how things have changed, yada yada yada. One of the things that stood out to me in the era before things really went off the rails, and specifically the Bo Pelini era, was like they'd have these big games. Callahan, same thing, and especially at home, and they wouldn't be able to match the energy in the stands, and they would lose, and they would press like that.
Right.
That they did that so often. How do you think this group does with this moment? Because dare I say, outside of Ohio State, this will be the game, and this might even surpass that in terms of eyeballs on it. It might surpass that. It's obviously the first big home game for a true freshman quarterback, and it's going to be the best atmosphere of the year. How do you think they handle all of that? And finally winning a game comfortably and people blowing a lot of smoke this week?
It's the big question. When I think about it, Josh, I think about 19 seniors.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they have. They're all, I think if you look down the list, you would see that they're all contributors, and most of them are key contributors. And I would like to think that those guys in particular and some of the other veterans are just fed up with what you laid out, just hearing that, not that they should be fed up with us talking about it, just fed up with them being part of it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to be part of this anymore. We want to do something about it. I think that can be powerful. Just done with it. Here's another chance, and let's just do this one, because here's the deal. We're better than them. Nebraska's a better team. Because of the stuff you've kind of mentioned mostly, which is the bigs, Nebraska's better up front on both sides. Nebraska's pretty good. Nebraska's got pretty good skill now. And they got a quarterback. Just beat them. And I don't know, Josh, if I think if you're the coach, and this is what Rule does, just don't even get into the psychology all that much. Just play, just go out and have fun and play. I think that psychology game is really dangerous to go too deep into now. This week, don't do it. If you're, I don't mean us. We can do it all we want.
Mm-hmm.
There's always this sort of conversation in Nebraska where we talk about ourselves like we're part of the team. We're not. It doesn't matter how we think. We can talk about the past, and it's not we can't. They don't need to though. They just focus on like Rule always says. Today's Tuesday. That's the main thing. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Prepare. Do your best on Wednesday, and then just keep it going. And they should be okay.
Sip, if I told you that something you said during this segment has triggered some folks.
Oh,
the sack thing. I see.
No,
Michael's already texted.
Well, okay.
Awesome.
Now, Michael's very football brained, so that makes sense.
So what did he say?
He said sack. This is Michael Severe, who keeps me on my toes.
Michael Severe.
Michael Severe.
Yeah.
Yeah, at all.
Love Michael.
He keeps me on my toes all the time.
Yes.
He does. I love him.
Yep.
He said sacks provide the most immediate impact by ending the offensive play.
Plus it's a loss of yards.
Yeah, that's
Plus you get buy one, get one free Big Macs. Greg Sharp tells me this every time they do it.
Nice. Free food.
I mean, yeah,
in this
they're
economy?
huge plays, but I think it can be missed. All I'm saying, Michael, I'll talk to Michael now. is it can't. The stat can be very misleading. If like for instance on Saturday, one sack doesn't really represent the sort of pass rush Nebraska had. So it can be misleading to a person in Rhode Island who's looking through the ESPN, on ESPN's website and is perusing box scores and sees, Nebraska only had one sack against UTEP. They must not be very good up front. That's not good. I'm going to consider that when I'm gambling on Nebraska. They only have one sack against UTEP. They just can't. They must not have a very good pass rush. That couldn't be further from the
Steve
truth.
Sipple here for Advanced Analytics. We love to see it, Sip.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's called Havoc Rate, and we'll be talking about that. But no,
Nice.
Sip, the thing that you said that triggered other folks besides Michael, you kept calling him Prime.
Oh.
Many people have texted or have hit us up in the comments saying, why are we calling a grown man Prime?
Ooh, do you want to defend yourself?
No, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's nothing nefarious here.
Because Sip wants to be able to go and ask him questions after the game. If he doesn't call him Prime, he's going to get shut out in the questions.
I don't know. That's interesting that it triggers people. You never know what's going to trigger people.
You never do.
I don't mind calling him Dion. I don't mind calling him Coach Sanders. I don't know why I was calling him Prime. In my head, I often think of him as Prime.
Sip, just like Mark Jones, has fallen into the Prime vortex.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God, don't do that. Please don't do that.
Yep, sorry. It's already happened.
Sip, it's going to be a fun week and hopefully a fun atmosphere on Sat. Well, I know it will be. And the only way it won't be a fun atmosphere is if they cancel the damn game, and they're not going to do that.
No.
So it's going to be super fun. It will. No matter what, it'll be.
These are the weeks we live for, man. This is why we do how many weeks do we do a year? 39 weeks of non-football. It's for these weeks. It's for a week like this. This week rocks.
Yeah. This week rocks. Last week was fun too.
Yes.
But you're right. We've all been anticipating it, and here it is. I'm thankful both teams are 1-0, and here we go.
Let's do it.
All right. Thanks, Sip.
Bye, Sip.
All right. Thanks, guys.
By the way, Sip likes to drop Gary Barnett's name. So can we.
Oh?
Coach Barnett will join this program tomorrow.
Look at us. We're the Steve Sipple of Omaha Sports Radio. Who's next? Tom Osborne? Bill Moose? You getting Moosey on?
Mill Moose.
Didn't I say Bill Moose?
You said Mill Moose.
Mill Moose.
Oh, whoops. Well, maybe we'll call him
That's
Mill.
That's the Nerg live
It's
version
the
of Bill.
off-brand version of Bill.
Hey, everyone, would you like to have an athletic director come by and make you big promises and drink some beer with you and have a cup of coffee or a piece of pie? Nerg Live presents Mill Moose.
When you talk about Mill Moose instead of the moose drop, you play an elk.
Brr. By the way, this is a great week. Even if at the end of the week you're doing the show from a radio station in Minneapolis, it's still a great week.
Yeah, but what if you're not What if you're not around the atmosphere on Saturday?
You can still watch it on television.
Oh, man, yeah. It'll be great.
Yeah.
It'll be wonderful.
Hey, at least I won't miss the fourth quarter. I got that going for me. You want to talk on the phone on the way over to the spot? I'll give you updates.
Screw you.
They'll be up by so many points by then. The fourth quarter's not going to matter. They'll be up by 20.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I hope so. That way we don't, because, we'll have to arrange some things with young. Nick may have to come get us.
Oh, driver?
Well, we got to
boy?
figure out the whole parking situation and everything.
We have a lot of questions.
We could have many questions.
4 days out from the game. It's
Mhm.
very close. Very close.
Oh, well,
You'll be on the air 4 days from right now. How cool is that? I'm sad that I won't be on the air with you.
yeah, you.
I am. This is my damn idea. This is going to be great. Martyr Baton. Martyr Baton, put it down, John.
I didn't
The
say
Olympics
anything.
are over, John. The
Oh,
Olympics are over.
Paralympic erasure.
The Olympics are over.
The Paralympics not happening right now?
Are they?
Yes.
Oh. The Summer Olympics are over, John.
Thank God.
Wow, you jerk. Jordan says, can you broadcast 1620 The Zone from Minneapolis and expand your coverage? I offered.
Yeah, because that's what people want to hear before
I
the Nebraska
offered.
game. Hey, how's that Rhode Island Minnesota game
I'll give you some
going?
takes. Jordan, you could have said no, Josh. Yes, that's true.
Mm.
I guess I could have.
But he didn't.
I didn't. I apologize.
Because Josh has a new goal in life, and that's to visit every Jersey Mike's in every major American
That's
city.
my goal. However many there are. I need to Google how
I
many.
believe the Jersey Mikes in Minneapolis are better than the Jersey Mikes. in
Maybe you'll
Chicago.
run into Danny DeVito one of these days.
Yes! Is that why you wanted to get Danny DeVito's autograph?
I do love Danny DeVito.
I mean, it is a good sandwich. I can't lie. I mean,
Yeah.
Jersey Mike's.
I hadn't had it.
Do you get the pepper spread?
Last time I had Jersey Mike's, I thought it was pretty mid.
Do you get the pepper spread?
I
when you go
didn't,
there?
but I'll do it next time.
Oh, you
John.
should get the pepper spread.
I hadn't had
Pepper
Jersey
spread's
Mike's
good.
until my other life. And so it'd been a while. And I remember thinking, I didn't like it very much. I really enjoyed it, though.
Your other life? What?
You know,
when
the
you were.
Previous me. There's the old version of me, and then there's the new version of me. Glasses, no beard, huge dork. That version of me. But now look at me. Cool. And I say Mill Moose.
All right, we will be back.
Let's do it.
1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. A lot of really good games are waiting for you right now in the Circus Sports Iowa app, like baseball. Tonight, Paul Skeens Day against John's Cubs. The tight money line splits has the Cubs at plus 106 to win. Circus Sports Iowa also offers live in-game lines that update every break. And, of course, my favorite, the props. How many strikeouts will Paul Skeens have against John's Cubs? The line is only at 6.5, but I feel like it could be a little higher. Another exciting game tonight. Shohei Ohtani travels back to Anaheim as the Dodgers take on the Angels. The Dodgers somehow only at minus 171 to win that one. Shohei is on the path to a 50-50 season, plus 275 for him to hit a homer tonight and inch a little closer. Whatever you're in the mood for, Circus Sports Iowa has you covered. With all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa, it's really a no-brainer that Circus Sports Iowa should be your go-to sportsbook. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
John, you for months said don't take away my summer. Now I didn't take it away. Society took it away because it's fall now.
Oh, society. So another thing we can blame on Biden.
Well, I said society, not Biden. Society. The people
Well,
took.
but isn't Biden in charge of the society?
Yeah, but sometimes the people can take. They can seize the means of production.
The
They've
actual-
seized the means.
The actual thing that took away the summer was
the time passing. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
along those lines, it is
Like
fall.
science.
Now, this does say fall's just around the corner. Fall's arrived because Val's has arrived. And right now, if you go to
They're
16...
open now, I hear.
Bingo. You go to 1620thezone.com and you can win 2 2024 season passes to Val's and enjoy all the fall.
When are we giving those
family
away? Nick?
Wow.
Well, I just want to make sure that people get their registrations in before it's too late.
Yeah.
Do it now.
Because remember, these are season passes, meaning you can use them multiple times.
You know what, John? It's not too late right now, so just do it now.
Okay, fine.
All right. Go to 1620thezone.com and
We'll do it
register
now!
to win.
Nice.
Register to win.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
It
Now, I have
depends.
not seen the ratings for the Nebraska game, but the Notre Dame Texas A&M game had 8.2 million viewers. It is the largest Saturday night football game in any week since Notre Dame Ohio State 2 years ago. So this is just the Saturday night ABC
Open
prime time.
season opener, right?
No. This is
all
any,
of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 8.2 million people. The Miami Florida game, which was a dog
Yeah, that was the
because
2:30
Florida
window.
was getting crushed.
Yeah.
6.6 million people.
Yeah, again, that game sucked. And didn't the Georgia-Clemson game, not to be ratings guy, but didn't that one have a lot of people?
7.9, most watched noon game in the opening of Saturday play.
Wow.
So
people like football.
They do like football, but
they're happy it's back.
But ESPN, which, if you notice, their presentation of the SEC is different from all other games.
Okay.
Because they put the new graphics package and they use the new music. So they have really leaned in. When you watch a Fox broadcast, for example,
It all looks the
if
same.
it's a Big 10 game or a Big 12 game or a Mountain West game, the graphics don't change. But ESPN has really leaned in to the SEC relationship.
Yes.
Because all of their main SEC games,
It looks different.
They put up the fancier graphics and,
And the music is different.
and they
It
use
is
the different music.
I think that is quite the choice. I remember when
It is, because doesn't it imply
Yes, it does. It implies that other games
hey,
are
we're
lesser.
treating these guys as more special than the rest of you.
Yeah, because I remember when at some point in the last 10 to 15 years when ESPN re-upped with the SEC, not this window, but the old one.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly it was like SEC logo on top of an ESPN logo. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then the next time that the Big Ten did, then they got their own little thing, ACC, et cetera, et cetera. And I always thought that it's like, yeah, that's normal, right? Like you have your little, this is an
why
ACC.
not?
But this is, it's quite something to totally rebrand one conference on a network, or in the case of this, ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2, as like this whole different thing. And also, it does look a lot better. And in terms of the graphic, I know we talked about it when they debuted it a month or two ago. I thought the new scorebug looked awesome inside of a game. I still don't really like the song, but I thought it looked really good. And it's then jarring when you see another game and it's the older one, which is, I feel like, clunkier.
It's like, hey,
bigger.
here's the SEC, and here's the rest of college football.
Exactly. So
it feels like new car smell.
It's an odd choice. It's a very odd choice. Very odd choice.
It is. And again, it kind of leans into that perception that ESPN, SEC, Big Ten, Fox.
Correct. Exactly.
And how those perceptions, I guarantee you there will be people during the college football playoff this year that are really going to lean into it sure sounds like they're happier for the SEC teams than they are for my team.
100%. And then, the discussion surrounding how many teams get in, if there are 4 there and 3 in another league, or, if the Big Ten has 3 and the SEC has 4, that'll be a whole conversation.
And I wasn't old enough to remember, in the opening years of the merger. But, the AFL and the NFL had a big rivalry.
Sure.
And NBC was the AFL network and CBS was the NFL network. And so when they merged and we started getting crossover and the teams were playing each other. My guess is because it was just a different time and, television production was so different. It was so much more straightforward. It wasn't as much, dare I say, takey or hot takey.
Sure. Yeah, it was just games.
That, whether or not, oh man, that Kurt Gowdy, he sure is leaning into the AFL or AFC.
Yeah.
And, that Pat Summerall's really leaning into the NFL. I don't sense there was ever that, but college football fans are very territorial.
Yes, they are.
And very tribal. And I do wonder if, and unfortunately, we're just not going to get a lot of Big Ten versus SEC games this year until we get, presumably until the playoff.
Yeah, USC, LSU is
now
one of the
what will be
few.
interesting is how Fox handles Texas and Michigan.
For sure. My guess is they'll be very much partisan to Michigan because that's their bread and butter.
So that'll be like the one decent test. And then, of course, the rest of the season, it will just be everyone's separated off into their corners.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't want to every week just talk about the playoff, and I don't think we've even mentioned it today, so shout out to us. But I do want to say this. If you're wondering about how many spots leagues are going to get, and this might be an overreaction, John, I don't think it is. I think the ACC is a one big league now. I feel very comfortable in saying that, given how Florida State has fallen off. Clemson, I don't think that these teams can be wild card teams. And so barring, Miami being awesome and then losing in the ACC championship game and still getting in the wild card, I think that the ACC might be a one bid league. And so if that's the case, that just opened up another spot. If you were someone who believed that Florida State, Clemson, and Miami could maybe, Virginia Tech could maybe split two spots among those four.
Two hot spots.
But otherwise, man, I think a spot might have just opened. And Notre Dame maybe has taken a spot away, given if the schedule looks on paper as easy as it could be. And, they went into a tough atmosphere and they were fine. Maybe they're taking away a spot too.
Coming up next, we've got some content. The Frisco Niner train appears to be back on track. The White Sox are still collapsing.
Uh-oh.
And Pro Football Talk has disrespected our teams.
Oh.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
So,
we have made it to content.
After an off-season of strife, the 49ers appear to have settled their differences with both Brandon Ayuk and now left tackle Trent Williams. So the Frisco train, back to another disappointing playoff result, is back on track.
Wow, Nick. Harsh.
I mean, we're the reason that Brock Purdy exists.
Wow.
The Dolphins are.
Well, here we thought that, everything was kind of fractured and out of whack, and now Ayuk is back in the fold and Trent Williams is back in the fold. I'm certainly glad I never went out on a limb and said, I think San Francisco's going to have a bad year this year.
Well, I'm happy that I went on that limb. I feel good about it.
They'll have a bad year this year. It just waits until January before it happens.
Well, people forget that Week
Sometimes
18 does go into January now. I'm still out on the 49ers. The vibes are bad for the team. They're going to be stinky. They're going to lose to the Jets on Monday Night Football this week. And Brock Purdy is going to take a little bit of a step back this year. A little bit of a step back. I'm still out on the Niners this year. I feel good about that take.
I bet if Jimmy Allen wasn't a Niners fan, he would say that the Niners were going to suck this season.
Great take, Nick. Also, John, you're not going to like it, but I'm going to pick the Seahawks to win the NFC West. I apologize.
Well, I mean,
one of your podcasts told you to. So
wrong. Wrong.
That and usually
wrong.
When you zig, I zag, and that usually is a good.
Wrong.
Hilarious.
You said the Super Bowl wouldn't go to overtime, and then it did.
I was still in college. I was a tiny baby Nick when
It
that
affected
happened.
my life greatly.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The Rams hired a new analyst for their coaching staff. You got any takes on this unnamed person, John?
Again, I'm sure this person will be fine at fetching coffee and doing the other things that analysts are meant to do.
Does he know how to fetch coffee? I thought he only knew one kind of drink.
Well, perhaps as long as
wow,
as long as Sean McVay doesn't take a sip and go, "Oh wow, that tastes a lot better than coffee. I'll just keep drinking this alcoholic beverage."
2 hot coffees.
But keep in mind, all the jokes about this dude, special teams and surprise onside
Bad,
kicks,
horrible, garbage,
you can no
trash.
longer surprise onside in the National Football League.
John, you're forgetting,
so we're
though.
safe.
John, no, you're not.
We're safe.
You're not safe. John, it's not about onside. Remember the SP Plus ranking for Nebraska's special teams in his time in Nebraska? Bad, horrible,
Well,
garbage,
I mean, the Rams were bad at
zilch.
special teams last year. And again,
It's going to get worse.
I think they're trying to fight fire with fire. Hey, we were a bad team, so let's
If
bring
a
in
forest
another
is on
bad
fire and you go
coach.
spray fire at it, John, it's not going to stop the fire. It's still going to burn.
The opposite of what Smokey Bear said to do.
Yeah, don't start a fire with more fire.
Is he going to be allowed to drive his dented ass truck in LA?
Does he still have the dented ass truck? I cannot wait to see him on my television. I hope that he's on the sidelines. I don't want him to be up in the booth.
There's like 85 people down there.
I know.
They never show the analysts.
He'll be next to somebody though. He'll be next to who's your special teams
I'll
coach?
guarantee you this much.
Yeah.
If he's not mentioned one iota, the first time that Kevin Kugler does a Rams game, he will make sure to mention it, just knowing that I'm listening.
You are not wrong.
No,
He
not
will
at all.
find a way to sneak in
When you're watching on YouTube TVs,
on my NFL Sunday ticket.
promo code 1620.
My favorite part about watching Kugler games are trying to find the John Bishop Easter eggs.
Yeah, they're definitely there for you.
Florida State fell to 0-2 last night with another loss in ACC play. Are the Noles the answer to the question, which preseason top 10 team will finish unranked?
Did we talk about them when we did that exercise a couple of weeks ago? Did we mention the Noles? Because yes, they will finish unranked. They are a bad football team.
No, I don't know if we
talked about
did.
Texas. We talked about Michigan. We talked about Penn State. I don't think we talked about the Noles.
I should have.
Dude, they are bad. DJ, I think, is a total head case now. Did you watch the game? Did you see that touch?
I did not get a chance to see it.
There was this open player in the end zone. And I don't want to do the whole, like, a high school quarterback could have made the throw. But, bro, a high school quarterback could have made the throw. A high school quarterback could have made the throw. It was bad. And so they're going to be bad. They are the answer to this question.
All right. How about this stat? In the midst of another long losing streak where the White Sox have lost 11 in a row, they also recorded the 20th straight loss in which Chris Flexen started. This is a new record for the sport since 1900. By the way, the 11-game streak is only their third longest of the year. They'd now need to go 12-11 this month to avoid tying the Mets at 1962. Give it up for the White Sox?
They're going to do it. They're going to do it.
They just need to lose 13 more games to better the Mets 120 losses in a regular season. That's the modern era mark, and we talked about it earlier with Farron. This is it is going to happen. What I want to know is there a chance it could happen at home, and will fans actually show up to watch history happen?
That's an awesome question. I would hope the answer is yes. And they're like cheering when they lose. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah.
What if a bunch of Cubs fans bought tickets and pretended to be White Sox fans and cheered when they lost? That'd be awesome. That's what I would do. If I was a Cubs fan, I would troll so hard.
Like a Trojan horse.
Yeah.
Of Cubs fans.
Seriously. Buy tickets, go to the game, cheer when they lose. It'd be great.
12. I'm looking at their schedule. They're going to be by the time we reach mid-September, they're going to be on a road trip to the Angels and the Padres. So unless they started racking up some wins, it may not happen at home. They don't have many home games late in September, which for White Sox fans is a good thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of losing, the Royals have backslid from being in a tie for first place 8 days ago to being in third place 4.5 games out. Vinny Pasquantino is out for the rest of the regular season, and Kansas City still has to finish up with Cleveland, the Twins, and the Yankees before this tough stretch of games end. Should Royal rooters be concerned right now?
I don't want to be the kind of person that keeps sounding the alarm.
Definitely.
I sounded it before, and people were shouting me down saying that's impossible.
Sir.
That could never happen.
Sir.
So you know what? You'll be fine. Actually, for the playoffs, you will be fine. The Red Sox aren't putting any pressure on anybody. The Mariners aren't putting any pressure. So the Royals are in the playoffs. The bigger concern is, can they actually do anything when they get there?
I think the bigger concern is my bet slip that has the Rockies beating the Royals in the World Series.
That's the bigger concern?
I don't think that's going to hit.
No, Nick, I don't think so either.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, concern for long success in the playoffs, definitely. Like, that's not going to happen now. And look, I'm with Farron. It's a crapshoot when you're in October, given that it's such a small sample size. The sport changes. It's not what it was in the regular season. That said, to not have Vinny anymore, no, they're not going to be able to go on a run, so I'm bummed. I was hoping for a fun October because I want the Eagles to be bad, but the Royals can be good, and I can be happy.
What happens to Pasquatch when Pasquantino's out? Do they cage him? Do they force hibernation on him?
Good question, Nick.
What would we like to say to Pro Football Talk about their power rankings prior to opening week? PFT has the Rams at 17th, the Cowboys at 19th. Did Florio forget these were playoff teams this year? Also, the Dolphins at 11th.
I was going to say, where are the
higher.
Dolphins? I mean, that's a little lower than I would put each of those teams. I definitely think that they're in like the 9 to 15 range, so I wouldn't...
Oh, you mean where the Buccaneers are?
Well,
He's got the Bucks 9th.
They're in the NFC South.
Thanks for including
Okay, but that's power rankings.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point,
It's
John.
not about what division
Cowboys will
you're
be
in.
bad. They're not going to be 19th place bad. At least I hope not.
I mean, that would be a huge drop-off for the Rams to be 17th. Are they really behind? People
behind the bag. Behind the Bucks.
I'm a real jerk for not including the Dolphins when I wrote this question.
I can't believe it, Nick. You're a Dolphins fan.
I'm a huge Dolphins fan. I love the
Oh,
Dolphins.
so yeah, the Alkins are in front of us, John. The Bears, see, the Bears, 13th. People like the Bears this year.
People are getting way too excited about this. You need to all just pump the brakes.
No, I think the Bears are going to be good. I stand with you, Mike Farron, and other Bears fans.
Josh Peterson for bearing down.
Chicago Bears. Stibbs pretending to be a Bears fan.
The one-year scheduling alliance between the Mountain West and surviving Pac-12 teams, Washington State and Oregon State, will remain just that, a one-year thing. Is the fact that the Mountain West is not willing to play ball a bit concerning for the Cougs and the Beavs?
I would think so. They were hoping that this could be like the newly reformed Pac-12, but it doesn't look like either side is really wanting to work towards that mean.
Well, isn't it because I don't think the Mountain West wants to give up their brand, which is kind of wild. And honestly, Oregon State and Washington State, they're hurting themselves in the short term by not joining this league because they could be awesome, but as an independent, they don't have guaranteed access to the CFP.
No.
If they won the Mountain West and they were good, 10-2, 11-1, they could make the playoff. And instead,
At least for the next 2 years.
At least for the next 2 years. It's pretty wild, though, that the Mountain West doesn't want to take on the Pac-12 brand. Like, I figured that you'd want that, but I guess it's just such a bad stock at this point in time.
Probably.
Pac-12 is undefeated right now.
That's true.
Congratulations, Pac-12. You are undefeated. But this is a curious move by both sides. I mean, the Mountain West could certainly improve their standing by bringing in these two formerly Power 5 teams. And I'm not saying it's the difference maker between this league, becoming something, but you know how the American League for all this time was saying it's actually a Power 6. Mountain West would actually be able to say, hey, we got a couple of teams that have been there and done that to a lesser degree, but have been there and could use that as a branding tool. It just makes you wonder where all the TV money is going, because that's what's driving all of this. It's the TV money. Are these brands worth enough for the Mountain West to get a better TV deal and vice versa?
Good question.
Quick. Do either of you want a mulligan for any of your college football picks?
I kind of mentioned this in the last segment, but I did have a second ACC team, and that team was Clemson. And it's not that they lost, it's how they lost, and that they're going to have to earn back a lot of trust in the eyes of voters. And again, because the rest of the conference has struggled so much, the data points are just not going to be there for them. When all of your favorites, except for Miami, are losing, and some of them in embarrassing fashion, I'm not feeling really good about that one. So that would be the one team that if I were doing my playoff today, I would not have them in it.
Remember, kids, it's just one loss. And Virginia Tech did not lose a conference game.
They lost a worse one.
Still win the ACC and still get a top 4 seed.
That's true. They can do that.
That is still mathematically possible, unlike Florida State, who has lost 2 ACC games already.
Not great.
I mean, does it really look good? No, it doesn't. I don't feel great about it. I would probably change that pick right now to Miami, but you know what?
Miami has the Dolphins.
We don't change. We stay the course.
We stick with our picks.
We stay the course.
Steve writes, congratulations on the Rams hiring their new head coach in waiting, John.
Could you imagine?
You all, that's never, ever, 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 ever going to happen.
Hypothetically.
Oh, it'd be funny.
What if it does, John? What would you do?
What would you do?
Hypothetically, you might get a hit tonight in the Jack Mitchell Experience softball game.
Right.
But that doesn't mean it will happen.
Yeah, so there's no need to even entertain it.
You guys entertain things that won't happen all the time.
Like what?
Nebraska bowl game last season.
It almost happened. They were so close.
They were so close.
They're going to one this year, though, Nick.
Yeah, they're going to one this
agree.
year. No problem.
Yeah, they're going to be good.
All right, coming up, what's for dinner? We'll wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, it's leftovers tonight, but one of the options that I have are the ribs that I made yesterday, and I have reached a point. It was like an aha moment.
Yeah.
With ribs yesterday, but I'll save that. What do you guys do?
I mentioned, it said in my super all day, I'm having a marg. We're going out to eat and have some shrimp tacos and there's some chips and queso. Marg, we had a great night. I'm looking forward to it.
You said Mark's twice, Mr. Frost.
Well, I'll probably have a couple.
It's game night. I'm going to have to pick up something on my way to Lincoln. Maybe
So
I'll get my first hit.
I finally, after all these different times, I think one other time I was what I would classify as happy with my ribs.
Yeah.
I have finally come to the conclusion that if you're smoking ribs and you're wrapping them, you're doing it wrong. Do not wrap your ribs.
So just put them on the smoker?
Put them on the smoker. Because there's
put the ribs on raw. Go in raw with the ribs.
Raw dog the ribs.
But there's this method. It's called the 3-2-1. A lot of people have used this, where you smoke them for 3 hours,
3, 2, 1,
and then
they're done.
And then you wrap them up in foil with like some honey and sugar and whatnot, and you wrap them in foil. And you put them back on the smoker for 2 hours, and then you take them back out, and then you finish them on the grill for 1.
But you say screw you?
No.
So what did you do?
I just put them on the grill, no wrap.
How long?
You don't even smoke them?
No, I smoke them, but just watch the temperature, and then at the end, when you're close, you glaze them with a little bit more sauce.
Yeah, when you're close, you glaze.
Yeah, and that's it.
Nice.
And it was delicious.
Good.
And
spicy? Was it spicy?
Not terribly spicy. I mean,
a little tiny spice.
I mean, the wife doesn't like a lot of spice, so
Say, are you more of a dry rub or a wet guy?
Well, what do you mean?
I like dry rub ribs more.
Yeah. You don't want sauce all over.
I don't like getting saucy.
Well, my ribs weren't that saucy. Again, the only sauce I put on them was a glaze at the very end.
When you finished?
Yes. And then if folks wanted to add their own sauce, they could.
Where was our invite?
Yeah, John, what the hell?
You mentioned earlier you don't have friends. I'm happy to be your friend.
I would love to be your friend.
Always keep
John.
your promises if you want to keep your friends.
John, I've been trying to be your friend forever.
I've never come to your house.
Well,
you invited Michael, but never me. Michael was your co-host, and you invited him, never me.
You were at
sad.
You were at some baseball game making fun of the Mormons.
Where was I?
And
I was at home.
You would have said you would show up and then decide not to show up.
And then Peacock would have said,
I got a better offer from someone else.
We got an email from Peacock, and they said, we need you.
Peacock has their own ribs.
Man, let's hope Nebraska gets a Peacock game this year. And they're like, hey, do you want? And I say, yes. Yes, Daddy Peacock. I'd love to work for you.
Is
I'd
Colorado not on?
No, it's on. Well, it's on NBC. It streams on Peacock.
It
so there's
will
a
be
difference.
streaming
Nick,
on
so like the
I
game
get
I'm
there's a
working
difference.
is
Yes.
Peacock only.
Got you.
Nebraska
Because
is on
it's
NBC.
so bad that they don't want to put it on regular television.
It's so good. So
Yeah.
good.
Rhode Island, Minnesota just screams.
Oregon, Boise is only on Peacock this week.
I realize.
That's how it works.
When you said Rhode Island, I didn't realize that Rhode Island had a football team.
Well, they do.
Is it the only one in the entire state?
Only FBS one. They're FBS.
I think they're FCS.
Are they?
I'm pretty sure they're FCS, aren't they?
I thought they were
'Cause we're-
FBS.
'cause-
You might
Are they
the
the Clams?
The Rams?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Rams?
they're FCS.
You're right. Oops.
Are there a lot of Rams in Rhode Island?
I've never seen one.
They should have been the Clams.
Have you ever been to Rhode Island, John?
That would be the home of the Providence Friars.
They beat. Oh yeah, that's right. Duh. They beat. They beat Holy Cross on the 31st, 2017. Bill Simmons went to Holy Cross. Hey, speaking of Bill, I know you hate him.
Oh dear God!
Did you see what he's doing next? It's going to be something you're interested in.
Is he launching himself into the sun?
No, you would be interested in that, but he's not going to do that. He is
not very
involved
interested into me.
in the Vince McMahon documentary that's coming out on
on Netflix.
Netflix, and apparently
Is he going to be as problematic as Vince McMahon?
some would say he is. No, in all seriousness, it seems like the WWE is not happy with this documentary, which now has me more interested in watching it.
Well, that's interesting because the WWE and Netflix have a new deal that starts in January.
Remember the Run in Wrestling Connection? This would have been
Yeah.
a great conversation for that.
It actually would have.
Yeah, but that was a Wednesday bit. But
was
now
a
we do
Wednesday
Fired
bit.
Up for Football on Wednesdays.
Well, speaking of Wednesday, we
Oh,
have
it's
Fired Up for
tomorrow.
Football.
Oh,
Mitch
it's
Holtis is
Tuesday.
back for his once-a-week appearances. Mike Schaefer will join us, and Gary Barnett, former Colorado coach, now on the Colorado Radio Network, will join us.
Unreal get by Nick. I didn't
you.
think it was possible. I'll be honest. When John sent the list of guest potential, I was like, first of all, the other guy, I was like, no way that guy's going to say yes. I didn't think Gary would.
Which is why you gave me a third option.
I gave him a third just
And I
in
said,
case.
Screw you, Josh. I don't
Yeah.
abandon my friends. I'm going to do
Well,
what I can for them.
John abandoned us by not inviting us anywhere.
I didn't abandon anything.
I know. I could have been there, John. I could have been eating your ribs and seeing the glaze. No glaze. No glaze.
No glaze. All right, that'll do it for the Grum.
So we'll talk about football some more.
You think?
Look at us. We barely talked about Dylan today. Shout out us. I think we deserve props.
Well, I mean, what more can you say? I'm sure there'll be.
He's awesome.
I
He was
think we'll have
good.
plenty of more chances
He's
to
awesome.
talk about him.
He's awesome.
I think we'll have plenty more chances. To
I'm
talk.
ready to start saying some things about this guy being really good.
Oh,
I'm
the
ready.
H word? You can say
The H word? No, I'm not going to compare him to him, Nick.
No,
Jeez.
not that.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.